Attention steer exhibitors, Class 1 mains, we're missing one steer. Steer number 57116. You need to bring your steer up to classification, please. Steer number 57116. We need your steer at the classification area now. Attention in the barn, Class 2 mains can be moving toward classification. Class 2 mains can be moving toward classification, please. Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 2023 San Antonio Livestock Exposition Junior Market Steer Show. We hope everyone up to now has had a good experience, that you're enjoying your time in San Antonio, because all of us are certainly proud to have the opportunity to work with you. share a few names with you as we get started. Our superintendents of the steer show, Mr. Nelson Hogg, Dr. Chris Skaggs, Juan Flores, and Gerald Young. And by the way, I'm Lester Little. I will be the arena director throughout the steer show. We want to start this morning by recognizing and introducing you to a few young men and women of the state of Texas. We're going to start out by introducing the American flag is carried by Caden Mason. He is from Montgomery Junior High. He is in the 8th grade. Let's welcome Caden. And posting the Texas flag, we have from Falls City a senior. He's a member of the Wilson County 4-H. Let's hear it for Maddox Hartman. Now, if you will, we're going to have Madison Mosley from Early, Texas. She's a member of the Early High School. She is a freshman. She's a member of the 4-H and the FFA, and she will recite the U.S. pledge and then the Texas pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to the Texas, one state under God, one and indivisible.
Thank you, Madison. We'll now pause for a bit and take time to honor our creator. We have Gentry Chisholm. She is an 18-year-old daughter of John and Libby Chisholm. They're from Abernathy, Texas. She is a senior at Abernathy High School and intends to attend Texas Tech and major in animal science. If you would, Gentry Chisholm.
Pray with me. Dear Heavenly Father, you are the creator of all things, and we love and thank you for everything. I am thankful for the people who worked so hard to make this show possible. We thank you for this beautiful country that you have created and allowed us to live on. Thank you for the blessings to get to show our cattle and allowing us to make such great friends along the way. We are so thankful for the responsibility and lessons learned that this industry has brought us. I ask for safety for the brave men and women fighting for our country's freedom, as well as our first responders. I pray for safety for the exhibitors and livestock throughout the day. I also ask for safety over the people traveling to and from San Antonio. And most importantly, I pray that you continue to guide us to do your will, and I pray that you let us shine bright and bring others closer to you. In your name I pray, amen.
Thank you, Gentry. And now, if you will remain standing, please, we will have Taylor Jeffrey. She's a junior at Roby High School. She's a member of the FFA, and probably to a lot of you here in this ring, she may be better known to you as Red.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we held at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare
And ladies and gentlemen, let's give all these youngsters a round of applause. A great job getting us started here at the 2023 Steer Show. And with that, folks, let's have a steer show. We're going to begin with the main Anjou division, and our first class is the lightweight steers. This class will have 25 entries, and they will range in weight, 35 entries, range in weight from 1,100 to 1,219 pounds. And as we get started this morning, I'd like to introduce to you our judge, Mr. Chris Mullenix of Manhattan, Kansas. Chris is from Manhattan, where he serves on the livestock judging team coach and faculty member in the Department of Animal Science at Kansas State University. Born and raised on a diversified livestock and farming operation in Central Maryland, Chris received his animal science degree at K-State, where he's a member of the 1995 National Champion Livestock Judging Team. To date, he has coached over 40 national contest winning teams, including the 2020 National Champion Livestock Judging Team and the reigning National Champion Meat Animal Evaluation Team. Chris has judged over 43 different states and in Canada. Chris and his wife, Alyssa, are blessed with a 10-year-old son, Mason, a 7-year-old daughter, Kinsley, and 3-year-old son, Cameron. Again, Chris Mullenix, welcome to San Antonio. And we'll have Krista Gifford assisting Chris throughout the time in the judging. Chris resides in Reedsburg, Wisconsin, where she and her husband, Shay, own and operate Gifford Cattle Company. She is currently employed as a show feed specialist at ADM Animal Nutrition. Krista is a member of the National Champion Livestock Judging Team at Butler and the Reserve National Champion Team at Colorado State, where she majored in animal science and ag business. And again, let's welcome these two, Chris Mullenix and Krista Gifford, to San Antonio. And again, in the arena now is the first class of the main Anjous. This is the lightweight class. Again, we have 35 entries, and they range in weight from 1,000 to 1,219 pounds. And my apologies, as I was introducing our assistant judge, I was referring to Krista. It is Krisha Geffert of Reedsburg, Wisconsin. And in this main Anjou division, we will be placing 5.
Well, certainly my pleasure to be here alongside somebody I have a great deal of respect for to work with your kids in Texas today. And we know absolutely the amount of work that goes into these projects, and certainly admirable of those of you that might not get the pull to the center of the ring. I mean, there's cattle out here that are just tremendously good and high quality, and what you see is absolutely what you get. So as we get out here and evaluate them, we've got some that are very, very close in terms of muscularity, feedability, and as Chris and I work throughout the day, we're absolutely looking to put together some pretty impossible pieces to build in terms of look, balance, flexibility. They still have to look like a show steer out here, and we have some that aren't going to make the pull that have lots of power. The calf on the end, so flexible. He gets out and goes, and we love his mobility. Maybe not quite as much punch as some others. The baldy calf here, he's just impeccable to look at from the side. So striking, absolutely attractive. Is he there in terms of finish and condition? Maybe that's where we'd like to modify him. Others on down the line, one that's so smooth in his basic build here in the red baldy calf. Love that about him. Just maybe comes in pieces at times. One that's so powerful here in front of me. Love his dimension, particularly as you get behind him. Is there enough calf there? Is he big enough? This red calf is one that definitely sticks out as I handle him. He's one that's impeccable in that regard. Structure becomes the question on him, but he's so absolutely powerful at the standstill. Very, very good looking kind of calf. On down the line, we're obviously at lighter weights, but cattle still that have done a great job in terms of their finish and degree of that. Young man here, another one. Plenty of dimension. You get behind him. He reads from the backside of his shoulder with that true meat animal shape. Really enjoy that about him. Just one that gives up a little as you get to the backside of his skeleton in relation to some of the others. Young man's got a baldy calf down here that love a lot of things about. Again, true power and dimension. That foundation lays underneath in terms of width and spreads up high. When you get that much power on one, though, are they truly unique and good looking? That's where the questions lie with him. We come on back to the backside of the class. There's other cattle here that are still very, very nice. Young lady's doing a great job of sticking this one. Again, tremendously hardworking. Love that about the kids in the show industry. Obviously, we've put in the time at home. These cattle do an impeccable job of showing in an environment that isn't absolutely natural to them, and we appreciate that. She does a great job, one that maybe doesn't have quite enough underneath in terms of rib body and expansion. This is an impeccably good-looking kind of calf here. I love that about him. He is so striking as you get off to the side of him. Maybe a little straighter in terms of his mobility off his hock, but one that is very, very good. And then the young lady here in the end, you're doing a great job of getting this one shown. Absolutely appreciate her efforts out here. As we walk those on the lap out, let's give them a huge round of applause for our first class of the day.
Just for your information, steer exhibitors in the barn, the floor price on steers this year is $1.57 at TLMA, and they are at the north end of the auction barn.
Well, good morning. Anybody excited to be at the stock show? What a great set of young people to start it off. Christian, I couldn't be any more excited, and I am so looking forward to the next several days of working with your young people, giving our thoughts on what is destined to be a great set of cattle, and just having a lot of fun in the process. And what a great way to start things off here in our main division, and some challenge to this class. And one thing I guess I'll just get right out in the open. You're going to see it during the course of the day. We're going to get multiple looks. We're not going to be afraid to pull them off the fence, on the walk again. We want to make sure every one of these young people get the opportunity they deserve out here. We get down to this end, and you may have noticed, I got it down to 7. I'm going to talk the 7. Chris has visited with 4 young people there on the end because I thought it was really, really close for that 5th spot. And I want everyone here to know how important, or how much I know the importance of that 5th spot. And unfortunately, in a class like this with 5 sales slots, somebody has to be 6th. But I will never, ever, ever underestimate the importance of making sure that I feel ultimately comfortable with that decision. And I know that's still hard on the person that's 1 slot out, but I want you to know you're going to get your fair shake and your look every single time out here. Great set of steers. We start up here on the top end, and completes the word I think that best describes our winner. And he doesn't have any one piece to the puzzle that is the most extreme in this particular class. But that is a good-bodied, beautifully finished steer that still backs it up with a tremendous shape and power, great outward turn to his hip and quarter. There's neater-necked, cleaner-chested steers out here. Maybe could pick him up just a little bit in that pin set or level him out of his hip. It's really more of his tail head Christian and I were talking about. But I think just a very practical, good-moving, sound, good feeding steer. I think he represents a lot of just the basic function pieces that we're going to look at or look for during the course of the day. And he gets around our 2nd place steer because he's so much better at the ground. And that's really what it boils down to. I like this pair of steers quite well. I think they match one another in terms of body, degree of finish, muscularity, and potential terminal merit. I think they're both good-looking cattle, and that one's just sounder at his foundation. We change the feet on the black and white steer, then we've got a winner, because I really, really like that calf. As we move up from there, he handles beautifully, a calf that's got a strikingness about him. His toe shape's not right. I think that's probably contributed to the way his hock has started to maybe get a little coarser and puffier, but he still moves acceptable in my mind to stay up here in the top 2, but that's the difference between a good pair here on the top end. A very neat looking red and white calf that comes next. He's a little neater up in his head and neck and through his chest even than the top pair of steers. He doesn't hook up quite good enough from his shoulder into his forerib. He's just a little straighter in the angle of his shoulder, and as a result kind of gets up on those front toes and twists out just a little bit. Not quite the extra body volume. I thought those two fit together. That's a neat looking calf that's got some cutability and look to him. Steer and 4th, guys, I will tell you, I think you want to start finding some pieces that we're going to look for through the course of the day. A lot of them are right here in a steer that's just not quite market ready for me to get him up in that top trio. That's the problem for me in this guy, just a little bare, a little green in his degree of cover. Like the look, the youthfulness, the attractiveness, the balance, the underline of that steer. He's still got a very, very nice shape. We put another 1/10 or 2/10 of fat on that guy, he'd probably be in a middleweight class, but he'd certainly be competitive to get into the top pair here because I like his balance as well as anything in the class. Then I got close. 5th, 6th, and 7th. I thought it was very, very close. At the stand, here's an easy 5th and maybe a 4th because I really like his body and balance, plenty of muscle. He's got a little more on him than a couple of those cattle in front. What it boiled down to, he just doesn't move quite good enough. As we get him out, you'll see both ends of his structure just too tight and short step in. That tail head elevates when he gets out in motion. We make that guy a little looser structured. Now we're talking about a calf that pushes up into the top end of this class. Smooth, long-bodied calf that comes next. Not quite as aggressive in his muscle shape. Gets his hind leg outside himself as we get him out on the move. And then a calf that finishes up our top 7 here. I like his practicality, good-bodied. I think adequate in terms of muscle. Maybe not quite as powerful directly behind his shoulder. Just a little frail-featured, and we get him in motion. Maybe doesn't handle that hind leg as attractively as he needs to. Guys, awesome class. What a great way to start off our morning. We are looking forward to this. Give them a big, big round of applause as they head out. Great set of young people, impressive set of cattle.
And in Class 1 of Maine's, first place went to Evie Cox, Palo Pinto County 4-H. Second place, Jamie Lynn Garza, Zapata County 4-H. Third place, Layla White, Wiley Abilene FFA. Fourth place, Courtney Peacock, Brown County 4-H. And fifth place to James Jinsky, Gillespie County 4-H. Let's give all these youngsters a big round of applause. A great job in our first class of steers. We'll now bring our Class 2 of the Maines into the show ring. This group has 29 entries, ranging in weight from 1220 to 1,331 pounds. Attention in the barn, steer exhibitors, Class 3 mains. We need you to move to classification, please. Class 3 mains, be moving to classification, please.
Boy, again, in class two, as we circle these cattle, we can't help but be just overwhelmed in terms of the quality from top to bottom. Just good feeding kind of cattle that hit the big basics of what it takes to make market steers. Those that end up in the center maybe have some more wow factor in terms of pieces, but it is absolutely not a question of muscularity here in the beginning. This steer comes with monster top shape. He's tremendously big hip. Flexibility might be his question there. The steer that comes in two, young man, you do a great job of getting that one shown. He's so striking as you get off to the profile. Freshness is the word that we could describe there. Another very flexible kind of calf that comes next. If that guy has more muscle, his bone work and flexibility is just tremendously good. A couple that maybe we could modify structure, but again, have done a great job of putting on condition, and ones that have done very, very well for the young people. This steer right here paints the picture of balance as we get him stopped from the side. Love that about him, absolutely. Another meat wagon that's monster hipped and big ended, tremendously powerful, but like so many that come with those extras in terms of muscularity and power, just doesn't move quite as well from a flexibility standpoint. They got to get out and go just a shot better. Same reads true for this guy, one that I handled, and I put my hands on that back shape, and he is absolutely overwhelming in that regard. Tons of dimension. Love that about him, absolutely. But it gets a little more rigid and upright from a structure standpoint. Like to modify that about him. But if you like muscle shape, there is no doubt that guy hits the big basics. Just real meat and potatoes kind of cattle here in front of me. Tremendously big-bodied and ribbed. Just maybe not as unique in their look. This is an absolute yak-fronted, freaky-looking one in terms of the way he assembles up front. Needs more muscle shape to go with it. Just a very good feeding kind of steer here. So smooth in the way he assembles his pieces. We like that about him. Just needs to come with more punch from an expression standpoint to go with that. A very high quality class. Again, put your hands together in recognition for the amount of effort and work these kids put in as they head on out of the ring.
Well, guys, as we bring those other two steers back in, give these exhibitors a big round of applause, if you would. Excellent, excellent set of cattle in Class 2. And again, some give and take here, and we'll get those two back in the ring. But, you know, you talk about rock stars out here. Well, if there's one out here, it's this young man at the halter of steer number 6. Give him a round of applause. I hate the thought that a young man that gets as much out of his steer as what he does falls a little bit short, but it is no fault of his own. He has absolutely stuck that steer to a T, and we'll get to why he doesn't quite get into the top 5 here in just a second. But I love watching good showmen at work, and he does an amazing job. Here on the top end, again, a good pair of steers at the top end boils down to a muscle difference. So the black and white calf, way, way more impressive when you lay your hands down his top, over his rib and loin. Just way, way more dimension in that guy, all the way back out of his hip. I think both of those cattle suit me in terms of soundness and body and degree of cover at this stage. You know, they're not perfect, and this calf, who knows what day he was born. Frostbitten ears probably give me an indication of when. So maybe a little age in this guy, and he could relax his pastern just a little bit. But he still handles fresh, and he's big-topped, and he's very, very uniform in terms of his degree of cover. I think both of those stop and give you some look and quality from the profile. He's got just a little bit more arrogance about his front end. He's up-headed. The levelness out of his hip, I think, is a slight advantage. The truly soundest steer when we put him in motion is the red calf. I really appreciate him. Just a good feeding, moderate, nice-bodied calf. So smooth and well-balanced. And it really, as we alluded to at the get-go, it boiled down to muscle. I think from the side, in motion, you can make a case for this one to win. You lay your hands on him. There's just not quite enough top for me to do it. Nice pair of steers here at the top end. Third place steer probably rivals our class winner more so in terms of muscle. That guy's got a big whopping top in him as well, and a great big hip and shape through his quarter. Cutability is his advantage over the steer that's right behind him. I just didn't think this guy came together nearly as smooth or correct in his joint work and structure. A little too much shoulder, a little too much hock joint. Need him to go a little bit looser in terms of movement, but a good carcass steer, no question. Another calf that we very much like standing still. He comes together maybe a little smoother in his pattern than the calf right in front of him. I think that's partially due to the fact that guy's a lot fatter maybe than I thought he would be when I lay my hands on him. He's pushing a little bit more cover than ideal. Still would like to see him go a little better off that hind leg as well. But a good-looking calf, been presented great to us. I thought 5th and 6th were close, and you know, I will tell you it had to be darn close if the steer that kicked me still managed to get in the sale, but he's the 5th best steer. And there's some things that I like about this calf as well as anything in the entire class. You want to look at attractiveness and build to hip and hind leg. That's a steer that's stout enough in his bone work, but his joints are still really clean and good. As a result, he gets out and moves. He's got some show steer look and appeal to him. He's very smooth in the way he handles. He's got enough top shape. Back off of that calf, and he just needs more body depth. He struck us as just a little bigger in frame without quite the body volume to have that easy feeding look of some of those cattle in front of him. But there are some parts in that steer that are as good as any. If you wanted to switch them because of an edge and depth of body and just feedability in the red calf, I can definitely see that. You back off of that steer, and it's a lot of little things. The shape of his head, the depth and the shape of that chest floor in him, the way he kind of rolls to the outside of his foot, his sheath, just a lot of little things that don't present quite the look of balance and attractiveness of that calf that was in 5th, and that's why he ends up in this 6th hole. But, man, what a great lineup, great set of young people. Give them one more round of applause, if you would, on an excellent set of cattle.
In Class 2 mains, first place went to Addie Potts, Burke Burnett, FFA. Second place, Peyton Harbarth, Marion, FFA. And third, to Beniti DeBoer of Clear Creek, FFA. And fourth place, Keelan Poe of Needville, FFA. Again, let's skip 5th place, entry Lexi Frazier of Ingram, FFA. Let's give all these youngsters a round of applause. A great job in our Class 2 mains. We'll now bring our final heavyweight class of mains into the show ring. We have 29 entries, ranging in weight from 1,332 to 1,500 pounds. Attention in the barn. Charolais steer exhibitors, Class 1, you can be moving to classification, please. Class 1 Charolais, be moving to classification. And again, a reminder to all steer exhibitors, TLMA floor price on steers is $1.57. Attention in the barn, first class of Charolais. We need you move into classification, please. Class 1 of Charolais. We need you move into classification, please.
What a class here, and absolutely high quality from top to bottom. And we know emotions run high, and the amount of effort and work you guys put into this project to get the opportunity to pull to the center of the ring. And then some of you will leave with disappointment that have incredibly good cattle that, again, do the big things in terms of basics of what it takes to make a nice market steer: feedability, rib, and body. Yet when we set them into the show ring, they still have to move, so there's a few that fall out of bed in terms of structure. But as Chris and I visited, this is one of the deepest classes, or the deepest class we've seen from top to bottom. And we've got cattle here on the rail that are going to make the lap out that are still tremendously high quality. It all starts right down here on the end with the young lady. This one hit as hard as he comes in. He is so attractive and gives you that show steer look with muscle. Does he move impeccable out of that front end? We could change that, absolutely. Another just practical kind of steer, and we both contemplated him because of that. Rib cage, body, feedability. Is he truly unique in a class of this quality? And that's where he falls out in terms of caliber of overall look. Again, many cattle that hit those big basics and do a great job. We get on down toward the end. Young man's doing a heck of a job showing that big black and white steer, one that sticks out in terms of getting one shown. Absolutely love that. Is that steer just super attractive? No. He's one that's pushing those upper limits, too, in terms of size. A calf here that is just yak-fronted, super cool-necked, and smooth in the way he assembles those pieces. Does he function quite as well on that hind leg as he gets out and goes? Again, a tremendously high quality class from top to bottom. Let's reward them all with a big round of applause for all of their hard work and effort.
Well, how about helping me congratulate our heavyweight main exhibitors? What an outstanding class. Big round of applause. You know, this has been fun already, and I know we got great things to come, but this is, as Krisha alluded to, we think pretty comfortably the deepest class that we've had here in your main division, and, you know, we'll get to the top end here in a second, but, you know, to keep things moving along, I'm going to talk those top three steers together in a second. You know, from fourth and fifth, we thought those cattle kind of fell into those holes pretty logically once we set this top seven into motion. Those two cattle just handled themselves significantly better in terms of structure, in particular than the steer that ends up in sixth. That young man that ends up with our fourth place calf, that steer grew on us and wasn't one. He was kind of holding them back when they came in the ring. When you let that calf go, his structure pulls together. We think he fits our top three really nicely in terms of balance. Maybe not the extra wow factor in terms of some extension and look up front, but from there back, incredibly proportional, good bodied, just a very functional steer that doesn't have any great big holes in him. And like we said, structurally his joint work and the way he moves probably gives him an edge versus a couple of steers didn't quite make the cut in this top five. The steer behind him is a lot like him. I think they're very similar in terms of body type and handling quality. A steer that's just a little longer and awkward in his rear toe shape, and that's why he doesn't plant quite as comfortably off his rear leg as the steer in fourth, but a good calf that kind of matches up with our top three or four just a little better than the next pair of steers. I do want to talk the next two. Standing, there's a lot to like about this calf that's next. Big-bodied, plenty of dimension in him. One of the heavier finished steers, but he's still very uniform in his degree of cover. Just too straight off of both ends. That's what it boiled down to. And some unique pieces in the seventh calf, but just a little extreme in his look for us. Frame relative to body depth, a little coarse in his joint work. But guys, that one's got a neat look. He's up-headed. He's got some cutability and top shape in him. Just doesn't quite have that easy feeding look of some of those cattle up here in front of him. And that brings us to three. These top three up here, guys, really good. We liked them all awfully well. And really what it boiled down to amongst that trio was finding a pair of steers that just had maybe some more outlying pieces. You know, we think about the top end of a show like this, and you hope you come away saying not only was that class winner good in every area, but he was extremely good in a lot of areas. And that's really what we saw in the top pair compared to maybe a really solid steer in third that didn't have maybe the extras that these two had. What a look and what a structural base to our class winner. I think those are the two things that really hit us hard. So up-headed, that neck comes out of his shoulder beautifully. As Christian and I were talking, his color pattern kind of fools you a little bit. He's got that white on the off side of his, right there behind his shoulder, and it makes him at times look like he breaks behind his shoulder. But I think he's really actually quite good in that regard. Without a doubt, the best legged, the best jointed, the best footed steer that's in this top grouping. He's not the most overpowering. I think he's really uniform, really fresh, and really good in terms of degree of cover. He doesn't have the biggest back in here, but he's got plenty of dimension for me. I think if you followed along with me in other shows, it's not always going to be the heaviest muscled one that wins. We're not going to try to take muscle out of him, but we need to find a balance of traits, and we think he does that incredibly well. The calf behind him does have just a nickel more top and power in him, a little duller skinned and haired, so maybe a little tougher at first glance to appreciate, but boy, that guy is powerful and he handles good. That's a great carcass steer. His attitude's not the best, but this young lady's done a great job with him. Just a nickel tight in the way he handles that hock and rear pastern in a pair of cattle that are really good. That's the difference maker for us. This steer in third, as I've alluded to, I think just a quality individual. And if you're just looking to check boxes, he kind of checks every box pretty well. What it boils down to now is really digging in. He's a steer that maybe could have just a little more aggressive shape to his top. As we study him structurally, I read him just a little, even though his joint work is actually a little cleaner than the second place steer, I actually read him just a nickel straight in the angle of that hock. Again, are those being nitpicky things? Yeah. They are. He's not as fresh to the touch, and he's a little tight in that hock for me, and that's nitpicky, but in a class this good with steers that good on the top end, that's really what it boils down to, is a lot of little things. So a compliment to all those exhibitors. Again, Christian spent some time talking with those other exhibitors down the line. Give all of them a big, big hand. We'll work to our first champion here of the morning, but a great set of heavyweight main steers.
And the results of Class 3 mains: first place went to Tyler Snyder, Marion FFA. Second place, Riley Tyke, Bandera FFA. Third place, Maddox McCullum of Montague County 4-H. Fourth place to Jackson Missildine of Marion FFA. And fifth place, Gentry Gutierrez, Washington County 4-H. We'll now set the stage for our championship drive of the 2023 main division. Class 1, first place went to Evie Cox of Palo Pinto County 4-H. Out of Class 2, first place to Addie Potts of Burke Burnett FFA. And out of Class 3, first place to Tyler Snyder of Marion FFA. Out of Class 1, second place went to Jamie Lynn Garza, Zapata County 4-H. Class 2, second place, Peyton Harbarth, Marion FFA. And out of Class 3, second place went to Riley Tyke of Bandera FFA. Let's give all of these youngsters here in the show ring a great round of applause. A good job here with our main division. Attention in the barn, Class 2 Charolais need to be moving to classification. Class 2 Charolais, be moving to classification, please.
Well, guys, what a spectacular way to start the morning, and three excellent classes, brought out here by an outstanding group of young people. And, I hope you guys understand what a delicate balance it is out here from a judge's perspective to keep this thing moving at a pace that, that doesn't keep us here till midnight, and yet at the same token, understanding how much time, how much effort has put in by these young people and their families and all the people that help them to get at this point. So it's imperative that we, give these young people the time and the effort they deserve from our perspective and the look. And that last class is a perfect example, a steer that ends up making the sale that did not get pulled on the initial walk-in and ends up fourth in his class. And I think we have to continue to study and look and break them down, because every one of these families has worked their tail off to get to this point. We got to balance those things as we get out here. But I couldn't be any happier. What a great way to start things off. A great division, 3 excellent class winners. I'll make this very clear right now because it'll hold true through the remainder of the show. Every one of you sit here. I'm sure you've asked that question, well, what do they need to weigh for this judge? There is no ideal weight for this judge. I'll tell you, every single animal has its own ideal weight. And if you understand where our industry is, you understand that we take cattle at different weights. Yes, is there some ultimate crazy extremes that aren't acceptable? Absolutely. But in all reality, there really hasn't been a steer walk through the ring that isn't in an acceptable weight range. Even those that hit that 1,500 bracket, there's a lot of 1,500-pound feedlot steers walking out of feed yards today and aren't even remotely close to being docked from a carcass weight standpoint. So I'm a big believer that the framework, the muscle pattern, the maturity pattern of cattle lead them to what is an ideal weight for them. And that's, I'm trying to find cattle that are fresh, are at an ideal endpoint, are muscular in their composition, and then present us with some quality and balance. And you're going to hear it a lot in the next several days. Structure matters to me. It will always matter to me. That doesn't mean that I'm trying to get away from terminal merit, because they better be muscular and appropriately finished as well. But at this level, as good as these cattle are, to me there's no reason for us to have to sacrifice structural quality when we're going to find our top end. And that's been fun. We've found that in these class winners and seconds, but it's been deep and good the whole way through. Give these exhibitors in the mains one more round of applause. How about it, man? How's the first champion of the day sound to this young guy?
And the champion main of 2023, Tyler Schneider, Marion.
They're going to stay
FFA.
together. Just go ahead and announce them both, the 2 heavyweights. Congratulations.
And the reserve, Riley Tyke of Bandera FFA. Let's give, again, a round of applause to these exhibitors, all of them throughout this division. Super cattle coming through. And as we move to the Charolais division today, our first class of Charolais is a class of 34, ranging weight from 1,000 to 1,190 pounds. Attention to all in the barn. We have some vehicles that are parked illegally and will be towed if not moved shortly. We have a 2018 Chevy Suburban, Terry Butler. It is license number KVC 1092 and license number RKX 1396, a 2022 Tahoe RAV4. Cynthia Valdez, we need those moved. Also, we have a 2021 Chevy Traverse, license number NDD664, and license number NYD 9990, a 2021 Ford Explorer. Again, these 4 vehicles need to be moved immediately. They shall be towed.
As we start off with your Charlet division, obviously at lightweights, and if you were listening as Chris talked in the mains, it doesn't matter what size they are as long as they're at an ideal endpoint for that size. And I think this class is a particular case where there are cattle in here that still have future. And so as you guys read on down the road, there may be cattle that are better suited to show in a month or two, and hopefully you have the opportunity to do that. Some cattle that are just extremely powerful, but maybe not real big in terms of frame size and don't have a whole lot of push to go with it. The calf on the end, young lady, he comes in and he's so smooth made. We love that about him. One that appears to have an injury of some sort, so that kind of hinders him as we move into the future. Tons of power and dimension in this guy, maybe just not quite as good in terms of his forerib and the way those pieces are assembled. Boy, a stouty right here. Big-bodied, one that comes with plenty of power wherever you evaluate him. It comes with roundness, though, on both ends of that skeleton. Like to change him there. Another steer that assembles with smoothness. Absolutely, you do a great job of getting this one stuck. Bottom line, he's just got to go better for us. Another good one here on the standstill, and as I handled him, big top, stout, tons of dimension, just needs to move better as he gets out as far as his running gear is concerned. Again, on down the line, some tremendously high-quality individuals. We get back here to the backside, some that, just like I said, aren't quite big enough. The third calf there, he fits into a nice small package. There just needs to be more there of him, though, to read up higher in this class. Just a super flexible kind of calf, monster-footed, stout-boned. It goes all with his kind, though, just doesn't have that extra punch in terms of muscularity as we relate him up to those that made the poll. Congratulations to each and every one of these exhibitors for all the time and work they put in throughout the year.
Attention steer exhibitors in the barn. All steers that placed second and lower, if your steers in the main placed second through 5, those steers must go to TLMA pens. If you have a non-placing steer, you can take those to TLMA. Again, floor price is $1.57. If you had a first place steer, grand or reserve division, those steers will stay here in the barn.
Well, again, guys, outstanding class as we get started our Charlet division. Give me a hand here in thanking this set of young people on a great set of steers. Give them a nice round of applause here. You know, again, I think the depth, the quality in this group was excellent, and you know, as we'll eventually work up here toward the top end. But Chris has spent a little bit of time here, you know, with some of these cattle that don't quite get into this top 6 in this first Charlet class. And I know that's a tough pill to swallow at times, but I hope you can appreciate the good we see in all of these cattle that simply made the cut and got back out here. I think they're outstanding. And, you know, to just talk on that cut line just a little bit, you know, we ran into a trio of steers that we kind of had to make some decisions in, you know, that end up 6, 7, and 8 in this particular group. And we like a lot about all of them. Probably in every case a little quicker in their maturity pattern, a little smaller in terms of their framework. You know, but if you take that out of the equation, really the difference maker for us is the calf that ends up getting into that 6th slot in your sale order. You know, he's not the biggest or heaviest weight steer, but he's a prime example of what I alluded to in that last division. This steer needs to weigh what he weighs. He is beautifully finished. He is very fresh. He handles good. He's a little more, even though he's a small steer, at least he still maintains some balance and relative youthfulness in the shape of his head, the crest of his neck, the way his chest stays in him. To me, those things were the difference in a separator between 3 steers there that were pretty close for that final spot, and we gave them each the look that they deserved, and ultimately, you know, there were just more pieces of both balance and freshness, both look and to the touch, that got that steer into the 6th hole for us. From there, I think we had 5 steers that, you know, had a little more growth, had a little more length, and I think this top end became very, very good. But honestly, I don't know that we ever considered starting with anything but our class winner. That calf really, really struck us hard. You know, for me, it was kind of a no-brainer when that one got parked, and just his balance and his presence out here, to me, is a pretty comfortable winner. Then you go to lay your hands on him, you know, perhaps like most of the cattle in this group, could you have just a nickel more over his last rib? Yes, but he's got a really, really fresh, good turn over his rib and loin edge. That's a stout, structured steer that still keeps his joint work in check. You know, you watch him from his ankle to the ground, and he rolls just a tick, but his length of stride, his comfort, his mobility, and the balance and look that he presents, to me, that's power with show steer look, and he's a pretty comfortable place to start. We like a lot about the gold steer, and you know, we get him stopped. He's probably just a little more up-headed. His chest is up in him just a tick better than the 3rd place steer is. A calf that we love him in motion, just the comfort, the way he steps down off his hind leg. That's kind of why it's interesting. You get in on him, and he's got a little puffiness on the inside of his hock, and I guess, you know, that comes with the territory a little bit when you get into some of these slick cattle, and a steer that, much like the calf in 3rd, I'd like to make them smoother and close them up in their lower shoulder just a little bit. You get in front, and they kind of wing open, come out on his front toes just a little bit. But I like that calf's just extra look and extension and neatness up through his front end. Both of those steers are good in terms of uniformity of body depth, and both of those steers handle very, very nice in terms of degree of cover. The steer that comes next in 3rd might actually have just a little more top shape in him. I appreciate that. The back 2/3 of that steer I like a lot. Again, you know, probably a little cleaner hocked than the steer right in front of him. He's also one, as we alluded to, opens his shoulder so he doesn't transition quite as good into his forerib as we deem ideal, and needs to be just a little better headed, a little neater fronted to give us that same kind of look as the top pair, but a very, very good steer. I think he comes off a little more practical than the steer right behind him. This is a guy's a load, though, behind him. A big old hip, tons of shape up high. That steer is going to have red meat yield clearly in his favor versus a couple of steers there in front of him. He's a little more tubular in his body type and just a little tight-hocked and coarse-jointed for me, but a calf that's got a lot of good in him nonetheless. And then we round things out in this top 5. We've talked about 6 already. There's a smooth, good balance, nice structured steer. Again, practical is a word that comes to mind. Unfortunately, you get behind him, Just doesn't have quite the mass of the 4 cattle that are in front of him. Give him a little more hip, a little more top shape. We could be talking about that calf being a spot or 2 higher, because I love his structure. He's really, really nice in motion. Handles good in terms of degree of finish. Excellent group. Again, a nice calf in 6. It's a little smaller, and Chris has visited with the rest of them. But give those exhibitors starting off our Charolais division a nice round of applause. Really, really good set of cattle, very competitive.
And in our first class of Charolais, first place went to Cambry Gore, Cisco FFA. Second place, Ali Thane, Guadalupe County 4-H. Third place, Easton Jenkins, Angelina County 4-H. Fourth place, Bobby Schubert, Hayes County 4-H. Fifth place to Bailey Fudge of Corns County 4-H. And sixth place to Jocelyn Rainier of Pettus FFA. Again, a round of applause for these 6 youngsters, a great set of steers. We'll now move to our middleweight class of Charolais steers. This is a class that has 31 entries, ranging in weight from 1191 to 1298. Heavyweight class of Charolais, class 7, you can be, class 8, you can be moving to classification. Heavyweight class of Charolais, you can be moving to classification, please. A notice to all steer exhibitors, we will take a 30-minute lunch break when we finish the Simmental division. After the Simmental division, we will take a 30-minute lunch break.
Boy, another fun class out here as we put them on the lap. And I think that if it was just a contest of sheer totals with a tape measure, it becomes different out here. But when we put together the added muscle shape in terms of totals on structural soundness and then put it together with look and show ring eye appeal, it becomes more challenging out here. And those that find themselves in the center just do a better job of combining those traits. Now, obviously, the calf here at the end, you get that one stuck from the side and he's undeniable in terms of his look. Does he have that added punch and muscularity in terms of three-dimensional look of shape? I talked totals in terms of muscularity. Boy, this gray steer here, tremendously wide from behind, monster hipped, really big pinned, but when that added stoutness comes, it just sacrifices a little bit of his show ring eye appeal and look. Another really smooth kind of gray steer here that just assembles with so much goodness in that regard. Like the one at the beginning, though, that added smoothness just needs a little bit more punch and muscularity. I know you guys work tremendously hard and emotions run high, and this can be disappointing, but projects here that still read with a lot of future on down the road out here. Some of them are a little greener in their composition. Definitely muscular young man, just a little rounder in that shape, but boy, if you're looking for one that has cutability, he certainly is the answer out here. A calf or two out here again comes with some sacrifice of structure, needs to utilize and move better. Probably one of the biggest hip, thickest Indus cattle is the second to last guy. Tremendously big pinned, monster shape to him. It just comes to round in that overall shape. The calf that rounds out the class, he's another stouty from a muscle shape standpoint, absolutely chocked full of dimension. It just comes into round of an overall balance package. Very, very nice class. Big round of applause for all of their efforts out here as they head on back to the barn.
Attention in the barn, heavyweight class of Charolais steers. We are looking for tag number 60172 and tag number 60864. Heavyweight class of Charolais. We need those two steers brought to classification. Tag number 60864 and tag number 60172.
Another outstanding class. Give our Charlotte exhibitors here in the middleweights a big, nice round of applause. Excellent, excellent job. It's deep. It's really, really good. And as we get these first and second place steers back out here, we'll start up here at the top. And motion to this young lady, she's going to be first. And maybe there was some surprise, if nothing else, a little of emotion involved, and just tells you the investment of young people, and I appreciate that. What I will tell this young lady, though, if you were on my side out here, there would have been no surprise at all. Easy class winner, slam dunk, easy winner here on the top end. I think that calf puts a lot of good together. He is really, really stout and powerful, and yet he handles it with balance and quality and look. He's really uniform in his underline. You know, we can pick on him a little bit. The foot shape of that guy is not perfect, so he doesn't handle his hock just absolutely perfect. But boy, that's getting really nitpicky. That guy wins easily in this lineup, and now it becomes really challenging on where you want to slide the next 4, 5, 6 steers, because I think there's a lot of things that you could do with this group. The gold calf in second. You know, to me, what he does is put the right kind of shape, muscularity, and terminal merit into what is still a functional set of feet and legs and structure. He's a little rounder in his makeup than ideal. You study that steer from hooks to pins, he tends to drop his pins a little in motion. He's just a little round in terms of his hip structure. But I'll take that over one that's too straight, too rigid in the way they're built. You know, and to me, he's certainly adequate in terms of structure, and he's so much bigger and fresher topped than the steer in third that I think he became a really nice compromise of traits to fall into that second hole. Doesn't run with that winner on top, but a good, solid, very correctly finished muscular steer that's still good in terms of his feet and leg structure. From the side, in terms of balance and structure, this steer in third is exceptionally good. And, you know, maybe a little tougher to get a read on. His skin and hairs maybe not nice necessarily on target like some of them, a little rougher skinned, and as a result comes off a little staler in some ways. And you know, but to look past that, the real difference and deficiency for me was as I laid my hands down his top, that steer didn't have just nearly enough muscle to get around that initial pair. I wish he had a little more bulk, a little more power and mass in that regard, because from right here, he's built like I like to make him. His joint work, his structure, his movement is right on par where it needs to be, and I just need a shot more muscularity in that guy to get him a spot higher. The steer behind him is interesting. He has been beyond lazy. I don't even know what to say for this young lady. It's been hard to get a great read, but I hope you can see the good that we do in this steer. He's smooth, he's good balanced. He's probably, much like the calf in front of him, could use a shot more dimension right behind his shoulder, but probably he's a little better over his loin edge than that steer is. His a little smoother and fresher to the touch because of his just the skin and hair coat and that advantage that we talk about in terms of finish and that rib or shape right over his loin. A calf that's a little dead-headed, a little tough to get that read from a balance perspective, but honestly, we never considered not having him in this top 5, even though he's maybe a tough read at times. His joints and his skeleton still read right. The angles of his structure are absolutely right. Just doesn't want to get out and go and move for us today. I think probably if he would have, he maybe could have been in third even, but fortunately, he's good enough in all those areas in spite of the challenge to get him out and move today that he still makes this sale for you. Nice calf there. Back 2/3 of the gray steer we like a lot about. Bold-bodied, big-hipped, really shapely through his lower quarter. He's a calf that gets a little coarser, a little crestier in his neck, got a little more shoulder and chest in him, sits back in his knee, but almost the point that front pastern, he sits back into it, a little calf kneed up front. But again, powerful and shapely, a good carcass steer. Just wish we could neaten him up front. the calf that falls right there behind him. He's opposite, just like to change his knee set, his shoulder angle. He's a little plainer in the way that he's built up through the head and the crest of his neck. But that guy's stout. He's got some power in terms of bone work and mass and substance. And then the final one we'll talk here, Chris has talked from there back. Here's a calf that at the stand, I kind of debate, can he be a spot higher or two? He's smooth, he's long, he's nice necked, he's a little neater up front than the two steers that precede him. Then we get him in motion, he gets a little PC on us, wants to camp that hind leg under him and outside of his body wall, in a little the same way as he comes at you, opens up just a little more than ideal. So like to shore him up a little bit structurally, but a good fed, smooth, good handling steer that rounds out the group we'll talk here on the top end. Excellent class, outstanding leadoff steer there that wins it. Look forward to getting those top two back in our championship drive.
And in the middleweight division of the Charolais Steers, first place went to Kaylee Soto, Harris County 4-H. Second place, Barrett Spear, Leon County 4-H. Third to Addison Seifert, Leon County 4-H. Fourth place, Peyton Turner, Travis County 4-H. Fifth place, Caden Brockman, Freestone County 4-H. And sixth place, Aiden Villarreal of Smithson Valley FFA. With our final class of the Charolais division entering the show ring, this is a class that has 28 entries ranging in weight from 1299 to 1500. Attention in the barn, Simmental steer exhibitors, your first class, class 11, can be moving toward the staging area for classification. Again, first class of Simmentals can be moving toward the classification area behind the main arena.
We get into the heavyweight of Charolais calves out here, and I think it becomes unique to offer that combination of quality and yield grade. Ultimately, we're going to send these things to the rail, and that's where some of them maybe fall out of bed, putting on a little more condition in relation to the amount of true, genuine muscle shape that they may have. And then structure is really easy to read on this surface, and so absolutely some of them come into some issues there. Tremendously high quality. A calf here, Chris says, handles amazingly. No doubt he's muscular. You get down to his surface and his footwork, and maybe that's where we'd like to modify him. But absolutely in terms of muscle shape, and we go to the rail with that yield, he certainly has advantages over some that maybe even make the cut. A lot of cattle in here in the interim that are very smooth in the way that they pattern up. Absolutely highly presented. I would say as a whole, the cattle I laid my hands on, very, very fresh. Love that about him. One here that reads that way. Extremely fresh in his composition, kind of a neat-throated, high-headed kind of steer. Just a little rounder, though, past that, though. One here, frame size, absolutely is his class advantage. That, too, though, is somewhat what works to his disadvantage. Like to modify him there. This guy's look from the side is undeniable. Coming apart in that shoulder, though, pushing forward in his knee. And in a class of this quality, those are the nitpicky things that are going to align them the way they come. The calf back here is another one. Initially, you notice in terms of reading out behind that shoulder with tremendous top shape and leaving with the same advantages, just needs reassembled from a structural standpoint. Very high quality class.
Watch your gates, we have a loose steer. On behalf of the show volunteers and the show personnel working in the classification and the scale area, we want to send out a thank you to Sullivan Supply for loaning us some fans to keep the area cool back here. Again, thanks Sullivan Supply for your generosity. Attention in the barn. Watch your gate, got a loose steer. Attention in the barn, first class of Simmentals. We are needing tag number 55041. Again, first class of Simmentals. We're looking for tag number 55041 to come to classification, please.
Well, guys, what a spectacular class. Again, tremendous depth, and, some cattle here on the top end that are extraordinary. And one of the things that I think is fun and maybe a little bit of a dual-edged sword, if you will, in showing livestock is it's so subjective, and where I choose to put my final emphasis may be different than what someone else chooses. And if you went a different direction on these top 3 steers, I am not going to argue with you. And I'll be honest with you, this is a fun part for me. Christian, I would have placed them different. And there is no one on this planet that I respect their opinion. That's why she's here today. But at the end of the day, it was my call, and we talked about those things, and these steers are getting placed the way I liked them placed, and that is taking no offense to her opinion, but I understand that you as feeders and ag agents, parents, you came here feeding one for one person, but we saw these 3 steers exactly the same. And whether we would shuffle them in a different order, that's fine. But we saw them exactly the same. Here's what I see. As we line things up here, in the gold steer to me up front, I think if there's one out here that is just absolutely hard to pick a hole in, it is absolutely him. To me, that's why he leads this class off. Structurally, he's awfully good. His joints are clean. He sets them pretty square. You get on top of him, and he's significantly fresher and better in his shape. Actually, I think he is the freshest directly behind his shoulder of any of those 3 steers. You keep coming back. Big pin set, shape to his quarter is outstanding. He looks just as good in motion as he does standing still. I think you just work yourself down the line on an individual basis, and I just keep coming back to this steer and say, man, I love all 3 of these cattle, and I have zero reason why I would place him second. That's really what it boils down to. Both of the steers behind him have 1 or 2 pieces that might be comparatively slightly better. But I keep coming back to this steer. He handles beautifully in terms of degree of cover. He is absolutely on target in that regard. He is fresh, he is shapely, he's good looking, and he can move. I think just a really complete steer that puts everything together in this lineup. 2 and 3 are very different from one another. And that's probably a place where, maybe length and balance and extension and structure probably are the things that make him more like the class winner in this particular case. From the side, this calf has got just an absolutely stellar look to him. He is so neat up front, really good in his top line, and I love his hip and hind leg. He's still got plenty of muscle from behind. He opens up a little in his shoulder. He's not as bold and powerful in his forerib. Because of it, he doesn't handle as impressive directly behind his shoulder. And he's got a little more maturity to his head also. That may creep into the discussion as well in terms of that one maybe just not being as youthful or as fresh in his shape and look. But my goodness, is that one good, balanced, really nice structured steer that stands there in the second hole. The different one is in third, and there's certainly reason that you could justify him leading off this class. He is the moderate, bold-bodied, big-hipped power steer from behind, no question about it. And he's still got a very nice look to him. Where I start to draw some criticism in him is a little more from a structural standpoint, in particular the way his knee and his shoulder is set into him. And as you analyze that, you start coming up and you say, well, then his chest is just a little out. He needs to be a little smoother there at the base of his shoulder. And probably the kicker for me, when I got in and laid my hands on him, not to say he doesn't have muscle, he's got all kinds of muscle, but he didn't handle with that really aggressive top shape directly over his rib and down his spine is maybe what I had hoped he would for the kind of mass and power he's got from behind. That is by no means calling him light muscle, because he's anything but that. He's still the muscle steer, but I wish he had just a little fresher and more shapely turn directly there in behind his shoulder. But to me, the biggest difference is that steer, the longer he's out here and the more I read his shoulder, his knee, and to the ground, for me, that steer needs to be just a nickel better there. 3 awesome, awesome cattle at the top end. Give those exhibitors a big round of applause on a great trio of steers here. You know, they're going to stack up incredibly well with a middleweight that we like really well. Steer in fourth, we've got standing over here, and he got away from us a couple of times, and we don't want to stir up the group, but that steer's got a lot of good in him, and I know his attitude kind of held things back, and the longer he was out here because of that attitude, he just got a little PC on us. We really like his structure. His hip and hind leg is exceptional. He's got a really, really nice fresh shape up high. A calf, though, as we said, just starting to get a little easy in his top, a little extra sheath, a little lower shoulder. All of those things piece together with not quite the same look of quality you saw in the initial trio. Fourth place steer's got all the muscle he needs. Big top, thick-ended, high cut ability, lots and lots of terminal possibility in that calf. A calf that's a little coarse and just a little too round in his hip structure. I tell you what, this is one, Chris actually said it, you know, this steer that comes next, we hope to find cattle that have the look he's got as we work through the course of the next couple days, because he is striking, and that young lady can get the most of them. He has got a good look, and he's got plenty of muscle. He's just too vertical both ends, just too straight, too tight in his movement for us to move him any higher. The next calf, I'd like to change his rear foot and ankle and get him out, going out just a little bit better, because I think that calf is also one that's neat up front. He's got a really, really aggressive, good shape down his top. Excellent calf there as well. You know, as we work down the lineup, just a tremendous set of cattle from top to bottom. Chris has spent some time with the other young people. Give them one more nice round of applause. Excellent heavyweight Charolais division.
And in the heavyweight Charolais, first place went to Brinley Broyles of Comal County 4-H. Second place, Kobe Kirby, Palmer County 4-H. Third place, Caden Mason, Montgomery County 4-H. Fourth place, Jesse Chisholm, Hale County 4-H. Fifth place to Zane Potter of Harris County 4-H. And sixth place to Berkeley Bird, Lubbock County 4-H. Again, a round of applause for all of these youngsters in this class. We will now be setting our class for the championship drive of the Charolais division. Out of Class 1, first place went to Cambry Gore of Cisco. Class 2, first place, Kaylee Soto, Harris County 4-H. And again, the first place steer in the heavyweights, Brinley Broyles of Comal County 4-H. Out of Class 1, the second place steer was shown by Allie Thane of Guadalupe County 4-H. Second place out of Class 2, Barrett Spear of Leon County 4-H. And again, out of Class 3, second place, Kobe Kirby, Palmer County 4-H. Attention in the barn, middleweight Simmental steers be moving to classification. Class 12 middleweight Simmentals be moving toward classification.
Guys, outstanding set of Charolais cattle. And again, my applause goes out to all of the young people that have been out here in this division, and it hadn't been easy, and that's because the quality was so good. And you know, like we mentioned in the last class, you know, there's always going to be variation on the way you might put a class together versus who happens to be out here in the ring. And I've said this many times over the years. I don't necessarily ask that everybody around ringside agrees with what I do out here, and you know, that's the beauty of this. There's so many good cattle that you could justify a lot of different things, and that's a credit to the young people and the people that have helped them get them ready. I've always said this, and now that I have children of my own that are competing in at the next level of shows. It is hard. It is hard to sit around ringside and be unbiased. And I don't ask that you be unbiased. If you came here cheering for somebody, if you came here rooting for your son or daughter, grandson, granddaughter, your FFA chapter, then you should do that. That's exactly what you should do. You should love your own cattle. You should be excited to bring them in the ring. And at the end of the day, I hope you also know this is San Antonio. And it is deep. And sometimes you're going to get beat, and it's going to be frustrating, but you got beat by good ones. And I hope that you can see what we do in the cattle, and that's all I ever ask. You walk away from here. We can agree to disagree, but I hope you can see what we have in the cattle, because they are outstanding, and this has been really fun in this division. Give these exhibitors a big round of applause if you would. You know, I like to give credit where it is due. To me, there were 4 cattle that were just a step above everything else in this breed show, and that means they were incredibly good, because there were a whole lot of good ones walk out here. We had 3 heavyweight steers and a middleweight steer, and unfortunately 2 of those 4 are not going to get a piece of this show, when I honestly think any one of those 4 could have been justified as your champion and or reserve. And that, again, is a credit to each of those young people. I get the opportunity to share my opinion today, so I guess that makes it official, but I really appreciate all 4 of those cattle. And I know, you know, all 4 of you, I hope, came here thinking, you know what? I got a steer that's got a shot to win the Charolais division, because you did. Young lady, you're going to have the champion here today. And the middleweight's going to be reserved. Congratulations.
And the champion Charolais of 2023, Brindley Broyles, Comal County 4-H, and a reserve shown by Kaylee Soto, Harris County 4-H. And ladies and gentlemen, we're taking a second here to make a presentation. Ray and Bill Arlett, owners of the Arlett Charolais Ranch of Poteet for some 30 years, have been giving a buckle to the champion Charolais steer in San Antonio. Congratulations on your winner here, Brindley. We'll begin the Simmental division with our first class lightweight steers. There's 15 entries in this class, ranging in weight from 1,000 to 1,249 pounds. And we will sell 4.
As we transition into the Simmentals, Chris just made remarks in the Charlets, and make no question that I have the utmost respect for his opinion, and it just goes to show, guys, you have quick seconds to hit us hard, to make the pull to the center, to get those sale spots, and ultimately it comes down to personal preference and opinion. As we start off in this particular class, there's some cattle that don't make the pull, and primarily because they're not there yet. I think they need more time on feed, and it can change the story. We have some cattle that have some structural issues as well, but young lady has one here that, but boy, when you get him stuck from the side, he just paints that picture of balance. Tremendously good in his forerib and back into his flank, and that reads with the picture of feedability and doability here. Is he as big-hipped and have as much outward turn to his quarter as some? Maybe not. We could change him there. This calf, too. You do a great job of getting this one stuck, sweetie, and because of that, he's really quick to draw your attention as we get off to the side of him. Love that about him. There's a little more air underneath of that one. Body him down and give him a touch more frame. This calf, too, but very smooth in the way he assembles his pieces from the side, but does it have enough expression of overall shape from a yield grade standpoint? But that's still a very, very high-quality calf that's going to make his way out of the ring.
Attention in the barn, Class 2 of the Simmentals, midweight Class of Simmentals, we're looking for steer number 64461. 64461. We need you to bring your steer to classification immediately.
Well, certainly some give and take here in your first Simmental class. Very, very nice set of cattle, though. But as Krisha alluded to, you had a group in there that probably have not reached a terminal endpoint yet, that went out the gate. And then you've even got some of those decisions here as it boils down to your top four. And, we had, some... There, I think, certainly some things to discuss as we think about these three cattle that didn't quite make it into our top four to make the sale in this particular group. The sunburnt calf just doesn't quite balance out as well. A little bigger frame, needs a little more dimension to him, but he still handles himself from a structure standpoint pretty well. Probably the calf of those four in contention for that fourth spot that might have as much look as any is the darker red calf in front of me. Neat necked. He's actually got a very good muscle shape. He's just a little too tight in his structure and not quite there yet in terms of degree of cover. Then the calf right there in front of him, balance is fine. He can get out and go. Again, probably it really got close between 4 and 5, and that steer was just a little further along in his degree of cover and market readiness. So we kind of had a fourth place steer that kind of fell into that hole because even as lightweight cattle, this is still a terminal event on the top end. And I think all of your sale steers need to at least be in that acceptable degree of finish. That's what he does. He doesn't blow you away with muscle. He needs a shot more dimension from behind, a little planer up through his front end, but a calf that's functional, good-bodied, been fed very appropriately to this weight. I think just a good, solid, practical steer that gets that final sale slot in this particular class. Then you come up here to a calf in third, and he'd run with that top pair if we could change his feet, first of all. He's just too long and narrow-footed. Because of it, a little uncoordinated in the way he travels off his hind leg. It's unfortunate because his joint work and the angles of his structure are actually quite nice aside from that. A calf that's got some freshness and some look about him, a steer that doesn't blow you away from directly behind. If we put just a little more hip, change that rear foot size, then we'd compete with those two steers in front. We bring our top pair out here. Two very good cattle, but different kinds of cattle. And again, probably a pair that you could justify in both directions. To me, even though he's still in a lightweight division, this is truly the market steer of the class. The class winner really puts a lot of just practical parts together for me. He's sound, he's big-bodied, he's bold, he's big-hipped, he's got a lot of dimension in him, and he's quite a bit further along, and I think because of that has some quality grade potential in him that some of the cattle behind him may not have at this stage in the game. He's a little plainer up front. He's got a little crest to his neck. Those are things that draw you in on the baldy steer behind him. That steer's got just a little more look, a little more show ring appeal. A calf that maybe as they first entered the ring didn't quite hit me as market steer enough yet, and I'd still say that. He had a little more on him when I handled him probably than I expected. He's very uniform in the degree of cover that he is laying on, but I'd like to see just a little more time on feed in that guy, and then he'd press that one in front of him. Great pair, really good set of lightweight Semitalls. Give those exhibitors one more nice round of applause if you would. Excellent set of cattle.
And in our first class of Simmental's, first place went to Michaela Fila of Gonzales County 4-H. Second place, Logan Schertz, Allen FFA. Third place, Riley Elko, Laporte FFA. And fourth place, entry Sidney Spear of Leon County 4-H. We'll now bring into the show ring our middleweight class of Simmental steers. There are 20 entries. There are 17 entries, range in weight from 1250 to 1351. Attention in the barn. Heavyweight class of Simmentals can be moving to classification. Heavyweight class of Simmentals be moving toward classification, please.
I think it's always interesting to think of the science behind judging, and believe it or not, there is some, and a lot of that comes from symmetry of lines. And so Chris and our eye is more naturally drawn to those that have that. And I think as we make the initial poll, that's one of the things that absolutely separates some of the cattle. And I think in this particular case, that symmetry aligns. Maybe as we have the cattle on the lap is where a few of them we'd like to modify. But you get down beyond that, they possess the big basics of what it takes to make market steers in the end, and that's that carcass orientation in terms of power and absolute muscularity. The young lady here has one that does that. Big-hipped monster in terms of dimension from behind, just not quite as unique in terms of his look. A calf here, so smooth in the way he assembles his pieces. A neat head, a little neck on that guy as well. Another one that's got a lot of extension that rolls out here behind. Could change him a shot underneath. Again, a tremendously high-quality class, and we appreciate the effort you guys put in at home to get here. Let's reward them with a big round as they head on back to the barn.
Again, guys, our middleweight semi-class, very, very strong. Give these exhibitors a nice hand again, if you would. Excellent job. You know, it gets down to the details, you know, but as we got these 6 to try to sort to those 4 spots, you know, the longer these 2 cattle were out here, the more we just felt like they got a little PC on us. Both of those steers been fed well, have some potential carcass merit. Unfortunately, when you set them in motion, the way they're built and their structure just doesn't allow for that top line, hip, spine to stay collected when they're in motion. And that's what ultimately gave this calf a 4th place hole along with his muscle pattern. But 2 very good steers that have been fed right. Carcass-wise, they're in a good position, just don't balance up quite well enough. The steer right there in front of him that ends up 4th in this particular class, a calf that sure got plenty of muscularity to him. He was one in terms of boldness of rib, power out of his hip, and handling quality is very, very nice. He's too straight in the angle of his shoulder. That's really what it boils down to. If we make it a muscle contest, then he can move up the line, but he's not sound enough out of his front end for me to get him any higher than where we did. Fortunately, that top line, that hip stays to collected just a little leveler, so he can give you just a nickel more look to go with that muscle versus the 2 steers right there behind him. I guess for me, the top 3 steers is where you can kind of earn your pay out here, so to speak, on which way you want to go between those 3 cattle. And, you know, it's interesting probably when we get this other Baldy steer back out here. Again, if you just solely want to rank them on muscle, you might flip that trio altogether. But I think it's so important that we don't just get comparative in livestock evaluation. In my opinion, amongst this top end of cattle, there's not a light muscled steer. We can argue over who's heavier muscled or who has more here or more there. In my opinion, all 3 of those cattle have all the muscle they need, and it really comes down to some other traits that sort those cattle. And as this Baldy steer comes back out, to me, the difference in the top pair of steers was an element of structure that makes them just more attractive when we set them out in motion. I think our 3rd place steer, he is the most muscular of that trio. He does have the biggest, freshest top. He's a little straight in his shoulder. He's got a little extra set and camps that hind leg up under himself, so nothing quite stays together when we get him out in motion. The steer, top pair of steers, to me, they fit together because of feet and legs. They don't look exactly alike from the side, but the correctness of their skeleton is what makes them a pair up here. From there, I think if you just back off the cattle in this lineup, the one that strikes you with show steer look is that red calf that we're leading off with. I think he's just so much neater at the crest of his neck, his head shape, the base of his neck, down through his chest. It allows for so much more look and attractiveness from the side. He's got a nickel more length of body to go with that. I think both cattle built very correct in the hip and hind leg. He's maybe a little more right in his rear foot shape. A calf that as you get up on top of him, he doesn't blow you away. He probably needs just a little more expression over his rib and loin, but he's uniform and correct in his degree of cover, as is the yellow Baldy behind him. Really the difference for me, if we could start this calf at his 4 rib back, I could make a case for the red Baldy to win. It's his front end that just doesn't fit on there quite as attractively. He's a little thicker necked. He's a little plainer in the way he's made. Kind of that sheath goes along with that and just not creating quite that extra look we see on our class winner. That's a good calf too, buddy. Congratulations again. Really nice lineup. If you would, congratulate those 6 exhibitors here in your Simmental division.
In our middleweight class of Simmentals, first place went to Berkeley Clevenger, Palmer County 4-H. Second place, Jackson Tyler, Henderson County 4-H. Third to Lily Williams, Bruceville Eddy FFA. Fourth place, Ella McHayen of Kendall County 4-H. Let's give these youngsters a round of applause. A great job. We now have our final class of the Simmental's heavyweights entering the show ring. This class has 22 entries, ranging in weight from 1352 to 1,500 pounds. Want to share a little information with you while you're here at the stock show. The 2023 agricultural seminars, sponsored by Capital Farm Credit on Wednesday from 11 to 2 at the Education Center. The topic for Wednesday is financially empowering the next generation of agriculture, something, folks, we ought to be very interested in. So again, the 2023 agricultural seminars presented by Capital Farm Credit on Wednesday, tomorrow, 11 to 2 at the Education Center. The topic, financially empowering the next generation of agriculture. If you're interested, there's more details around throughout the facilities here.
Final class is Simmental steers. Again, not one that certainly doesn't disappoint from a quality standpoint. And those that find yourself on the rail that make the lap out are very nice cattle. And Chris said earlier that it does not matter what weight you're at as long as they wear it well. And I think this is a classic example of cattle that have the absolute frame size to support those upper weights, and some yet still could use more time on feed to go with that. Probably one of the more moderate, easy feeding kind of cattle is the one here on the end, and it isn't a question of his rib and body. He definitely is really good in that regard, maybe just not quite as unique in his assembly up front as some of the other cattle that we've seen. We get back here to the young man's black and white steer, one that's just tremendously fresh. I put my hands on this guy. You do a great job of getting him shown, just a little tubular underneath in relation to what we have on the other side. He's a classic example of one that could probably yet use more time. I think his best days are yet to come for him. The calf in front of him, so tremendously smooth, level in his lines, just not enough back through his hip and quarter. And the black and white steer here is one that really catches my attention. You've done a tremendous job on his freshness, working that skin, and it definitely pays dividends as I get my hands on him. One that just isn't as unique in his show ring eye appeal as we relate him back to the rest of the class. Appreciate each and every one of you's efforts at home. Great class of Simmentals.
Well, again, really deep, really strong class. No question, the deepest class we've had here in the Simmental division is here in the heavyweights. And some give and take. We'll get to those top couple of steers here in a second, but I love giving credit where it is deserved, and there was certainly, every bit of 3 or 4 steers that were competing hard for that final spot in the sale order out of this particular class. And 4, 5, and 6 hole, I think you could justify some different things. Young lady, the calf with the noselead that's pulling around right now, boy, if that calf would just relax his spine and go a little looser in his structure, he could have absolutely been up in that 4th spot. That was the challenge for me, is he just didn't get out and go quite good enough, because when he stops, he has a comparable look to some of those cattle that are up here at the top end of this lineup. He balances good. He still's got a nice shape to him. He just was just too tight and rigid as we got him out on the lead. The steer in front of her, it got really, really close, I guess, for 4th and 5th. I guess the differences I saw, I like the body type of this steer, and he's a little further along finish-wise. In fact, he's actually a little fatter even than I probably expected him to be, starting to push right up along that line of acceptability for me. I guess the bigger difference for me is, even though I want to call him the more moderate and practical steer, much like the calf behind him, he needs to move a little bit better. He was a little too tight in terms of his structure. So that brought us to a calf that ends up being 4th in this particular group, and I guess for me, just had the most unique pieces out of that trio of cattle. You get on top of him, I don't even know if you appreciate how much muscle this steer has until you're right on top of him. He has absolutely got a big square rib and loin in him, big, powerful upper hip, stifle, and quarter. Then you get him stopped, and that young guy could stick one for me anytime. He knows how to get that head alert. He pulls him into spot every time. I think those are the parts that jump out and grab you. I wish he was a little softer in his body type. He comes off just a little bigger in his frame, a little more tubular in the center part of his body, a little coarser headed too. Not a big deal, but certainly a number of little things that add up to getting him in here in the 4th hole. It needs to move a little looser and just give him a little more body, and then we could have considered him into the initial trio. But a very, very unique steer that's loaded with muscle. The 3rd steer was kind of the odd man out, so to speak, amongst this trio. We like all 3 of them very well, and those 2 really fit together. I think they're very, very comparable in terms of balance and look, and that's where this steer fell a little short. When we get him stopped, he does exactly what he's doing right now. He gets a little easy in his top line. He's got a little extra set to his hind leg, but honestly, pull him up just a little bit. That's actually where it probably helps him when we get him in motion. That steer, everything kind of collects itself because he's very, very fundamental in his structure. He's got a big, good foot under him, the angle of his shoulder, the length of his stride, his flexibility is excellent. Good, easy feeding steer, plenty of muscle. Just wish he pieced together a little stronger in that top line to balance up better from the side. That's what the top pair of steers does. And, I guess one thing I hope all of you can see out here, we've tried to reference it throughout the course of the day. I know sometimes when you get to shows, and I can be the same way sometimes, you get a little worried, oh man, I have one of the smaller steers in a big class. These 2 steers might be the 2 lightest weight steers that were in this heavyweight class. They're all in a good weight range. We're trying to find the best cattle, and I think those 2 are clearly the best 2 in this particular class, and it starts right here in terms of balance and structural build in those cattle. I think they match up very, very nicely. From there, you've got some subtle differences. As we think about that pair, the yellow calf in 2nd, I actually prefer the way he drops in his rear rib and flank. That's a slight advantage that I give to him. And the calf up in front of him, it's his joint work that I like a little better. He's cleaner in his hock joint, and then when you lay your hands on him, to me, that was truly the freshest handling steer. I don't know that there's a huge difference in muscle. I think they're very, very similar in that regard. Both of them are big and powerful, hipped kind of cattle that have plenty of dimension. It was the cleanliness of joint work, the freshness of handle that separated that calf over the yellow one. 2 very, very good steers, but a lineup that's extraordinarily good. Give our heavyweight Simmental exhibitors a nice round of applause. We'll pick you a champion here in just a bit.
In the heavyweight class, first place went to Cade Laney, Fredericksburg, FFA. Second place, Kellen Kilpatrick, Davenport, FFA. In third place, Rye Kimbrough, Hale County 4-H. And fourth place, Johnny William Wall of Idalou, FFA. And in our Simmental Championship Drive, out of Class 1, first place went to Michaela Fila of Gonzales County 4-H. Out of Class 2, first place went to Berkeley Clevenger, Palmer County 4-H. And out of Class 3, first place to Cade Laney, Fredericksburg, FFA. Class 1, second place went to Logan Schertz of Allen FFA. Class 2, second place to Jackson Tyler, Henderson County 4-H. And again, out of Class 3, second place to Kellen Kirkpatrick, Davenport FFA.
Well, guys, our Simmental exhibitors, once again, they have worked 364 days to be right here, and I appreciate that, and the effort they've given us in the ring, the courtesy that they've given us. You know, again, three classes that we wanted to take the time and evaluate and break down, and we had the opportunity to do that because they worked so well with us. I appreciate each one of them. Give our Simmental young people a nice round of applause here. This is an excellent champion drive. You know, the lightweight represents just a good practical steer that maybe doesn't have that extra bit of show steer look, but man, he's stout and he's on target from a finish standpoint, just needs a little more quality and balance built into him. Then you back that up with a middleweight steer that kind of reverses that thought process. The first thing that draws you in on him is his look and quality. He's balanced well from the side. His lines are really correct, still nice in terms of structure. He probably gives up a little mass to the steers on either side of him in this lineup. Then we came to a heavyweight division that probably had the most depth in terms of just good muscular quality cattle from top to bottom, and then a pair of steers that really came together nice in that particular group, and you can argue some of the subtle differences back and forth. I'm pretty fond of both of those two cattle. Take nothing away from the light and middleweight, but I think it's pretty straightforward. It's going to be the heavyweight here for us. Congratulations. And absolutely no reason to split those two cattle up. Young guy, you're going to have the reserve Simmental in this division. Excellent job for us.
And for 2023 Simmental Division, champion showed by Cade Laney, Fredericksburg FFA, and reserve shown by Kellen Kirkpatrick, Davenport FFA. And a reminder in the barn, we will now take a 30-minute lunch break, and we will come back and move to the Simbra division. Attention steer exhibitors, Class 1 Cimbras. You can be moving toward classification. The first class of Cimbras, lightweight class, be moving toward classification, please. A reminder to steer exhibitors who have shown this morning the grand and reserve champion of each breed, plus all other first place steers must stay here in the barn. But all other placing steers must be taken to the TLMA pens across the way on the north end of the auction barn. If you have a non-placing steer that you wish to sell, you can take it to TLMA pens. The floor price is $1.57. And again, when you go to their pens, be sure and take your green disposition card with you. Attention in the barn. The first class of Cimbras, we are missing tag number 55308. Again, steer number 55308, first class of Cimbras. We need you to come forward for classification, please. as our lightweight class of Cimbrough steers are entering the show ring. This is a class that has 33 entries, ranging in weight from 1,000 to 1,190 pounds, and we will be placing 3.
Excited to be back after lunch to continue to work with your kids and evaluate livestock. And as Chris and I evaluate this class and him pulling initially their cattle that just have a little more muscle and then balance and attractive pieces to go with it that find themselves in the center of the ring. But guys, I cannot stress enough how personal opinion based that decision is to pull, and there's still cattle out here that are very, very good that are along ringside. Even the calf that runs in the class first from the side is striking just need to power him up to compete with what's above him. Just a monster-footed stout bone calf that the young man has. That's the Baldy there. He's one that's rugged and good. You do an excellent job of getting this one shown. Initially, as you come in the ring, that calf gets looked at because of it. Tremendously fresh in his presentation. Love that about him as well. Nice project there. We get on back down here. There's the brindle-colored steer who's very, very flexible. He can pick him up and put him down, absolutely. But like some that are built in his regard, it just needs more muscle shape to go with it, but very, very flexible. The opposite here, another one that's very close on the bubble. That is a big top, thick-ended type of steer that's going to go to the rail with those advantages. A very, very nice class. Let's reward them all with a big round of applause as they head on back.
Attention steer exhibitors in the barn. For middleweight Cimbra, we're looking for steer number 64621. Again, steer number 64621. We need it brought forward for classification immediately.
Well, great way to start things here after lunch as we get into this Cimbra division. Really, really strong, guys, and we'll get to that top pair here in a second. But my compliments to each of the young people. The brindle-colored steer that's out here in the back, very, very fresh shaped, neat up front. From his hook bones forward, I like a lot about that steer, and then he's just a little short and round in his rump structure, and he camps that hind leg underneath him, just doesn't quite balance out through that back 1/3 like he does the front 2/3 of his body. I really, really like a lot about him. Next two steers, a little different in frame size, but cattle, I appreciate their body depth, their feedability, the degree of cover they've got on them at a light weight. You know, something that's important to me, and we've emphasized throughout the course of the day, structure's got to be right. And I don't want to say that these two are completely wrong in every element of structure, but if you had the opportunity to see what I do and study their feet, that's the problem both of those cattle have. Their foot shape is not nearly good enough. As a result, the black steer is kind of almost curling over in those rear toes, really narrow in the shape of that foot. And then the gold calf here, he rolls really to the outside of that hoof and really from his ankle to the ground has trouble going away from you. Good cattle, good feeding cattle. Need to balance them up a little more, but most importantly, we need to shore them up from a structure standpoint. We have three that make the sale out of this particular group. I thought there was three that clearly separated themselves, but these are still two very good cattle here. Robust, powerful bodied cattle, muscular cattle, still move okay. The calf here, the yellow calf in front of me, a little crestier necked, a little bit coarser through his head and lower shoulder, and just a little round in the way he comes out of his rump. So just a lot of balanced pieces that don't quite come together as nice. Guys, I know he's got a little more sheath, and but that's not going to be an issue to me. These American breeds, they should look like American cattle, and the Red Baldy does that. He's a good fundamental steer. He's practical. He's good-bodied. He doesn't balance up quite like these three cattle in front of him, but a calf that I appreciate just the practical pieces he brings to the table. Very, very nice steer. As I said, these three kind of separate themselves, and as you look at those three cattle, the two black steers are a lot alike in terms of balance and smoothness. and maybe just a nickel more finish on him versus a yellow calf that leads off that I think is the power steer of this group that's got a tremendous shape to him. So you got some give and take in that particular trio. This steer, to me, when you lay your hands on him, our winner is by far the most impressive over his rib and loin. He is the stoutest to the ground. He still handles that hind leg pretty nice. I'd like to pick his pin set up a little bit, maybe change him just a little in the way he comes to the ground. But when we get him in motion, even for those tweaks structurally, I actually think that calf looks better when we set him out in the lead. His top line kind of pulls back together. We can go ahead and lead him on out if you would, buddy. I think just a really, really rugged, stout, powerful calf that's still got the look of a show steer, really, really stout featured. The best balanced steer is the white-bellied black calf we've got coming next. Get that one stopped. And I know he's ornery, but boy, that thing is neat-necked and really smooth in the way he comes to his shoulder. I like his top line and hip. A very sound-footed, good structured steer. That's what our top three have in common. To me, versus the third-place steer, his chest sets up in him just a little nicer, so his underlying balance is out a little better, and he's just a nickel leaner and more shapely as you handle him down his top. The next calf, young lady does an absolutely spectacular job of sticking him. That's a good feeding calf. He's the heaviest finished of the initial trio. He's one that has a little more chest in him, so it throws him off balance-wise. You watch him go away from you. He kind of sits that hind leg right there on the outer edge of his skeleton. We could say base width, or we could say, man, that right hind leg in particular just needs to be modified in the way he plants it. But a good trio of steers there at the top end. What a great way to get us started in the Cimbra division. Give these exhibitors a big round of applause. Excellent, excellent set of cattle and young people.
And the results of the first class of Cimbras. First place went to Wyatt Johnson, Lytle FFA. Second place, Allison Runnels, Hondo FFA. And third place, Chrissy Feller, Comal County 4-H. Steer exhibitors, we need Class 3 Cimbras. Heavyweight Cimbras need to be moving to classification, please. Heavyweight Cimbras be moving to classification. We'll bring in the middleweight class of the Cimbra division. There are 21 entries in this class. They range in weight from 1199 to 1299. Attention in the barn, Kelly Brown. If you have misplaced some items, we have them at the announcer stand. Kelly Brown, if you have misplaced some items, you can reclaim them at the announcer stand.
Here's second class of Cimbras out here. Again, initial first impression, making the big sort. I think there's still some really good pieces over here on the rail that represent good feeding, functional kind of cattle, and that's obviously what we're looking for, ones that not only can set themselves into the show ring, but go and serve their purpose as well, and I think they all do that very, very nicely. Young lady's got one here, so striking from the profile. Really like that about him. Maybe gives up a little rib and body compared to what we have in the center of the ring. Another one, in terms of sheer muscularity, he is right on the cusp of making that cut because he's tremendously wide at his base. He's big pinned, but the issue lies in the fact that his groundwork doesn't match what he has up high in terms of frailness of structure, just like to stouten him up in that regard. Young lady's calf down here is one that silhouettes nicely. He's parallel in his lines. He's level down his top and underneath to go with it. Maybe just not quite as deep and soft into his flank, and one that doesn't get out and function in terms of hip and hind leg quite as well as some of them we've seen on the top. Young man here has got another one. He's doing a great job of getting shown. Just comes with some roundness of skeleton, like to square him up a little out of his hip.
Attention steer exhibitors in the barn from this morning, if you have a champion or a reserve champion of your breed at 2 o'clock, you as an exhibitor only, do not take your steer, but as an exhibitor, go to row aisle F, the north end, and you will be reassigned a stalling area to move your champion and reserve champion steer to. And just so you will know, you can also move your tack. But again, go at 2 o'clock, meet with the folks, and pick up your latest stalling assignment. And then later in the day, you can move your steer and material. Also, any steers that have classed out of this first wave into the second wave, you need to go to that aisle F north end and visit with the folks about restalling for your steers as well. That will be at 2:30.
Well, again, a powerful set of cattle here in your Cimbra division. Give our exhibitors a big hand. Excellent, excellent set of cattle, and young people have done everything to exhibit these to the best of their ability, and this top end is really, really strong. You know, as you think of this lineup, as we wait for those two to weigh back and come back to the ring, you know, just a couple honorable mentions down here. We thought this class was very, very deep and good. The brindle-colored steer here in the back, there's a calf that's smooth. The balance is nice. For his framework, I just wish we could open him up and give him more dimension. He needs more power out of his hip, just more width and more natural shape as you get in behind him. You know, clean his sheath up just a little bit as well to maybe finalize what is otherwise a pretty good balanced look to him. I like a lot of parts, just need a little more muscle. Then in contrast, you come here to the calf right there in front of him. Man, if this guy could get out and move a little better, we'd be talking about a calf that's got a shot to make this sale, because he is big, big topped. He is very, very nice from a degree of finish standpoint, bold-bodied, big-hipped. A steer that just doesn't get out and go good enough, and down in his rear ankle and pasture, and he's just too tight, too rigid in the way he goes. Wants to open up a little bit through his shoulder as well. I just wish that guy could get out and go for us, but certainly from a carcass standpoint, a lot to like in him. Another powerful steer is the red and white calf right in front of him. He's just a little too plain and coarse from his shoulder forward. You know, from there back, he's bold-bodied. He's been fed right. He's correct from a degree of finish standpoint. He's really, really stout-boned and footed. A calf that's got a little extra joint to him, but mainly it's up front, that front one-third that just doesn't balance out good enough. You know, the top three, you know, I think The longer they were out here, just the more and more comfortable I got that those were just going to be the top three. Young man in fourth, though, this is one of those steers. He came in the ring, and I really liked him. He was the first one in the ring. I said, that's a neat calf that's just not quite there yet. And the longer you study him, the more and more you appreciate him. That guy has as much true hip shape and dimension in him as any steer that's in this lineup, and yet he's still very, very good in his feet and leg structure. He's exactly what I thought he was, though, when he came in the ring. And for me, this is a terminal type of event, and those three steers were further along in their degree of finish. You can see just a softer look to their midrib and body, just an easier feeding look to him. And I have no idea where these young people maybe can go from here. That's a kind of steer that I wouldn't mind seeing, 30 days from now on feed a little while longer, because he's got the parts to be a pretty darn good one. The trio up front, we liked all three of these cattle very well, but I'll be honest with you, when they hit the ring, it was always going to be a matter of who was second, because the brindle-colored steer wins it comfortably for me. I think that's a really, really nice calf. Yeah, go ahead and give her a round of applause. I think a calf that, just from a practicality standpoint, you watch this guy go, and yeah, we could modify that rear foot a little bit, but it's effortless. He's so smooth, so good on the move. He's clean in his hock joint. He stays together beautifully in motion, and he's a calf that, Krisha mentioned it to me, and I agree 100% that's one of those steers that you may not even appreciate how muscular he is till you get right up on top of him. I think we have a tendency to think bone and muscle go together. Well, that steer behind him is certainly heavier boned. I don't think he's any heavier muscled. In fact, I like this steer in the way he comes out of his shoulder and the freshness and the turn he's got down his top. I think that guy balances tremendously well. A little edge maybe and just some breed type things as well that they're classifying, and I appreciate those that are doing that. But when you see an American that has every bit the look of an American, you appreciate it too, and then that guy really, really does. Excellent, excellent class winner. Stout-featured, big-footed, heavy-structured power steer that comes next. Like all that about him. Boy, you get him stopped. He's kind of, classy and arrogant up through his front end, sits that head up, that neck comes out of his shoulder right. A calf that's probably got just a little more upper hip in him than the steer right behind him. And definitely balances out just a little nicer through his lower body. And I'm not talking about his sheath. He's obviously got more sheath. I'm talking about depth from his chest floor to his flank and how uniform and good he is in that regard. A steer that handles very mellow. He's probably got a nickel more on him even than our class winner does. But a calf that just doesn't have that neatness through the floor of his chest and up front that the class winner does, that extra length of body that he has. But a good steer here in second. As we said, a trio of cattle that were just more market ready, and the red baldy falls into that category. There's a steer that I think is just very useful in his kind. I like the structure of all three of these cattle on the top end. That steer just needs a little more hip shape in him, and his lower body's a little out of balance chest to flank, but that's getting nitpicky on three really good cattle. Awesome set of middleweights here. Give our Simra exhibitors one more big hand. Excellent set of cattle.
And in our medium weight class, the Cimbras, first place went to Kirsten Popham of Floresville FFA. Second place, Callan Nix of Toller FFA. And third place, Dominique Riquenes of Palmview FFA. And as our heavyweight class of the Cimbra division enters the show ring, we have 20 entries, and they range in weight from 1,300 to 1,500 pounds. Attention in the barn, we have a vehicle that must be moved. License number SMY 4383. It's a 2018 Jeep. Amanda Brown, you need to move your vehicle, please. Steer exhibitors, lightweight Brahmans be moving to staging for classification. Brahman lightweight class, class 21. You need to be moving toward classification.
I think when you think of heavyweight Cimbra steers, that this class exemplifies that. And again, upper weights and all wearing it very, very well. And from top to bottom, a very consistent group of cattle. Nothing just really falls out of bed. And so that's where it becomes challenging. And again, end up with cattle over here. Young lady's calf here is one that's just so striking as you get off to the profile on him. But at his weight, is he there yet? Even still, in terms of marketability, as you read him back into his flank, just overall feedability and doability. We want you guys to know that we appreciate the amount of hyper focus and time you have spent throughout the year to get here and then get a quick look. But as we look through, this calf here is one that's very, very stout and powerful, maybe doesn't read quite as attractive up front. Some other cattle that are smooth in the way they assemble their pieces. Unfortunately, that smoothness just comes with the sacrifice and overall power and production, and ultimately we're going to go to an end point. You do a fantastic job of getting this one stuck. You get your hands on him. He's certainly fresh enough in that regard. Maybe one that's just not there today in terms of freshness, but a very, very nice, high-quality class. Their efforts certainly deserve some recognition. Let's put our hands together as they head back to the barn.
Well, how about it, guys? Around ringside, give your attention to these Sembra exhibitors. Give them a big round of applause here in our final class of this division. Excellent, excellent cattle. And again, I think there's some give and take, and we'll just make a few comments. I know it's hard to get to this point and wind up fourth or fifth in a class where three of them are going to make the sale. And I'll reiterate what I said on the first class of the day. I don't take that lightly, and I thought very, very hard about how I'm going to describe each of these cattle. That one of them gets to make a sale slot while a couple of them that are very, very close don't. So again, I hope you can see what I do in each of these that end up kind of an honorable mention slot in this particular class. The black and white steer back here in the back, and he's one we kind of pulled toward the end. Again, I think he's just very fresh. He's very, very appropriately finished. He's got enough muscle. That steer just didn't get out and handle his hind leg and pastern quite strong enough for us to move him up the lineup, but a calf that just from a composition standpoint, I think is in a very good place. Red and white steer here in front of him. Boy, that's a bulky, big-bodied, massive-looking dude when he hit the ring. Now we put our hands on him. He's a little fatter than ideal. He's got a little too much on him. Also a little straight and cumbersome out of his front end. So we need that steer to get out and move just a little bit nicer for us, like to lean him up. But man, he has got a big top, tons of product, lots of potential from a carcass standpoint if he stays in that acceptable yield grade range, because he's got plenty on him. Young lady, if your steer could just move a little bit better, he'd easily make the sale for me, because that is a good-looking show steer that's really, really muscular in his shape. He is just too straight in that hock, gets really, really rigid when he gets out and goes. We just park him and take a picture of him. Man, he's got a neat look, and you have done a great job of sticking him out here for us. It's just unfortunate that that guy doesn't handle his structure quite well enough for us to get him up any higher. A little of the same holds true then for our steer that ends up next in the lineup. And you know, he was one that kind of grew on me, and we pulled him there on the final lap. And you know, I still would like to change his structure a little bit up in his front end. He's a little too straight in his shoulder and knee. But from there back, well, the reason he continued to move up this lineup, he's been fed beautifully. His degree of cover is absolutely dead on the money. He's still got a tremendously good shape. In fact, I give him a muscle advantage even over the steer that's right there in front of him in third. I just need that guy to be a little truer and then more correct in the way he travels coming out of his front end. An excellent, excellent group of cattle there. You know, as we work through the line, we'll get these other couple back and talk into this top three in just a second. As we get our top three up here, again, I thought an outstanding class at the top end, but you're going to find I feel a little bit like the last class in the fact that as much as I like all three of these steers, there's a winner. And that gold steer wins and wins comfortably for me in this particular class. Give that young lady a nice round of applause on an excellent steer. You know, and really it's pretty simple. I don't think you have to describe too long. In third, you got a good looking steer that's really nice structured and needs more muscle, just needs more top in him. In second, you got a powerful, stout, big top, thick-ended steer that needs a little more look. He's a little round in his hip and a little coarser in his joints and makeup. And then you come down here and you get one that wraps all of that together into one. He's really nice in motion, but he's fresh and he's big topped and he's still uniform and correct in his degree of cover. And I think really presents the pieces you like in 2 and 3 come together right here in number 1. I think a trio of excellent cattle, but a leadoff steer that wins it pretty comfortably. Again, give our exhibitors a nice round of applause. Excellent way to finish off your Simbra. This is going to be a heck of a good grand drive in this breed.
In the heavyweight class, first place went to Avery Ranji, Royal FFA. Second place, Brogan Potsky, Idalou FFA. And third place, Logan Jancic from Corns County 4-H. We'll now set our championship drive of the Simbra division. Out of Class 1, first place went to Wyatt Johnson, a Lytle FFA. Class 2, first place to Kirsten Popham of Floresville FFA. And Class 3, first place to Avery Ranji, Royal FFA. Out of Class 1, the second place was shown by Allison Runnels of Hondo FFA. Class 2, second place, Callan Nix of Toller FFA. And Class 3, second place to Brogan Potsky of Idalou FFA.
Well, guys, a absolutely spectacular division of cattle here in your Simbra, and you know, I thank these young people for the efforts they've given us, and it's really been a pleasure to work through these 3 classes. And we've mentioned it all day. We'll continue to mention that. You know, we so appreciate the effort and the time, the money that goes into doing this. And, you know, for parents and ag teachers and those around ringside, you know, I know, you know, it can put a dent in the pocketbook real fast. But I hope you always remember, you know, long term, you know, what we are what we're doing here and what we're providing our community with long term. And these young people have just been a pleasure. They've been so fun to spend time with. We've pushed cattle in and out of this ring pretty rapidly through all these divisions. And what I love is the fact that every young person's got 2, 3, 4 looks. And then we've had a chance to really break them down and share our thoughts. And for young people that have put this kind of effort to get here to this stock show, I'm just so pleased we've had a chance to do that. And the appreciation for them has been reciprocal here in the ring. I really, really love that. Give these exhibitors in your Cimbrow show a big hand, though. You're in a championship, and you guys have earned it. And these are 6 incredibly good steers. But I think if you listen to what we talked about in those 3 classes, I think you can probably figure out which 2 are going to be the champion and reserve. And now it's a matter of which order they're going to go. And we had 2 steers, the middleweight and the heavyweight, that won their classes and very comfortably won their classes. And I think both of them are outstanding. I don't want to take anything away from another steer that stands out here or even was further down the line, but those hit us pretty hard. And I was telling Krisha, you know, there's times for me in judging where things are reasonably close, and it's the job of a judge to really break things down and figure out the details. Well, then there's other times as a judge when you can appreciate 2 good animals, and yet one of them, from the minute they set in the ring, just hits you. And sometimes instinct is, to me, you know, what you're better off to follow instead of talking yourself into or out of a million things. They're so good, we could defend it either way. But there's one of them that really, really struck me hard the minute he hit the ring. 2 outstanding steers. I hope these young ladies know how good they've got it here. Middleweight Brendel steer is going to be your champion here today, young lady. Great job. And our heavyweight's going to be reserve. Congratulations to all of you guys.
And the champion Cimbrow steer shown by Kirsten Popham, Floresville, FFA. Reserve shown by Avery Ranji of Royal, FFA. with our first class of Brahman steers, the lightweight class entering the showroom. We have 18 entries, ranging in weight from 1,000 to 1,184 pounds. Middleweight class of Brahmans, we're missing some steers. We need steer number 55306, 58198, 60904, and 63636. Again, Brahman steers, medium weight class, we're looking for 55306, 58198, 60904, and 63636. I would remind you, steer exhibitors who throughout the day up until now have had the grand and reserve of your breed, you as an exhibitor need to go to aisle F on the north end, talk to the folks there, and get your new stalling assignment.
Like we've echoed in several of these classes, especially the lightweight portion, there are cattle that maybe are not yet there in terms of an ideal endpoint, and that's maybe what separates the men from the boys, if you will, those that find themselves on the rail and then back to the center of the ring. And again, lightweight cattle, but some of them do it very nicely. The calf here in second, that's coming out in second, it is not a question of muscle. That guy is good in that regard. He's got plenty of dimension up high, maybe just not quite as good in terms of his forerib and the way he's made underneath compared to some others. The speckled calf is another one that we looked at for a second look. He's really level in his lines. Love that about him. More cattle time on feed would do them some justice here. A guy that's a little behind in that regard, but he's level in his lines. You do a great job of getting him stuck. Absolute flexibility here. Love that about your calf. He's one that gives you that feed and rib cage. Love that about him. Just needs to come with more squareness and dimension, especially as you get right behind him. And the calf that rounds out the class as well. I told the young man he's one that's really pretty, extremely fresh, maybe not there yet in terms of his degree of condition. Could change some things from a balance standpoint to make him a shot more attractive, but a very high quality class.
Well, again, a powerful lineup here, and I really do enjoy judging eared cattle, and this is another class that, really kind of forces you to put your thinking cap on a little bit and work through a trio of steers at the top end that I think could be shuffled around a little bit depending on where you want to put your priorities. But again, a very, very good set of cattle. So we start back here and we'll work our way up again. Get him standing, and this calf in the back really has some balance and appeal to him. So good in his top line and level out of his hip. A calf that doesn't blow you away with muscle, but I think he's adequate in that regard. When we set him into motion, he's just a little short stepping and tight in terms of his movement. We come up one here to a calf that, either he's moderate or he's a little too small for you, and that's he walks that line for sure. For me, he's a little too conservative in his frame size and quick in his maturity pattern. But that doesn't mean I don't appreciate what's good in that steer. Man, is he loaded with muscle. No heavier than he is. He is very, very appropriately finished. He is big-topped and thick-ended and massive. He's just a little too short and compact for me, and because of that, he just doesn't balance out quite as nicely as he needs to. That guy is loaded with muscle. Steer right here in front of him. I like the composition of this steer a lot. As you lay your hands on him, he has got a huge, huge top in him. He is very, very correct in his degree of finish. Going to be a real high cutability kind of calf. When you back off of that steer, you like the length of body he's got. He just is thrown off a little balance-wise as you work from hooks to pins. He gets a little too round in his hip structure. He's got a little extra set to his hind leg, camps it up underneath himself when he gets in motion. So he just doesn't stay as collected and as good from the profile as what he needs to, either standing or in motion. Red calf is just a good fundamental steer. That calf is smooth and bold in his body. He's got a nice top shape in him, and he is one of the truly most uniformly finished steers that we have out here in this group. As you start to analyze him a little deeper amongst or up against three of them that I thought were all really, really nice, that calf is just a little plainer in his general look, a little lower in his pin set, and needs to handle his hind leg a little more comfortably as he gets out and goes. So that left us with three steers. And guys, I really do think you could do a lot of things with these three steers and not be wrong about it. I hope you see what I do. I guess the most disappointing thing is that only two get to move to the sale, and I get that. And that's a challenge out of this division, but those three are all very, very nice. Again, I'll share the differences that I see in them. The brindle-colored steer up front, I think he is by some margin the best structured steer in this group, and he looks his best when he's in motion. And this guy's kind of difficult to show, and I would encourage, probably don't scratch on his sheath so much, because when he does, his tail gets sitting up in the air too. But when he goes in motion, he pulls his top line together a little nicer. He's almost so loose and good in his structure that he can get a little easy behind his shoulder at times. A word that I used to describe him to Krisha was very youthful. That guy's got a youthful, fresh look to him, and he handles accordingly. He's got a really good top shape. He's really, really uniform in the degree of cover he's laying on. He's not as stout in his bone work as the calf behind him, but what he did for me was combine freshness and muscle shape with a correctness of structure that I like very, very well. Go ahead and lead him on out. I think you'll really see the way that calf comes together. The longer they were out here, the more and more comfortable I got. But he can get a little piecey when he stands still, so that's what makes it hard. The black calf was ornery out here, but again, standing, I think you could make an absolute case for him to win. He's the stoutest in his bone work and the biggest hip, no question. He's got, when he finally lets you get your hands on him, he's more appropriately finished than the third steer. We'll get to him in a second. My challenge on the black calf is he's just a little stilty up front. The angle of his shoulder, the set down through his knee and front end is just a little too straight for me. I love his boldness, his power, and when he finally cooperates, he still gives you a pretty neat look. That's why he's a contender to win. Even the third place steer, if you like him to win, I'm not going to totally argue with that. I think that calf, if you wanted to say, well, there's the one that stays together standing and in motion pretty well, I'm not going to argue with that. I think he does. And he's good in terms of his rib and body type, a little shorter bodied kind of steer. And to me, probably the most interesting piece of the puzzle in this guy is when you go to lay your hands on him. He is quite a bit fatter than I ever anticipated him being. Then you can see him up around his pones. He's a little bit further along. I know we're at a light weight, but he's a calf that's got a fair amount on him at this weight. And because of it, you get in behind him, you study him through his upper hip. He maybe doesn't have that same kind of cutability and shape built into him. He doesn't go to the base of his quarter quite as shapely either. Again, are those nitpicky things? Yes. But in 3 cattle that are as good as they are, that's the differences that are there. Appreciate all 3 of them. Congratulations, those exhibitors. Give those Brahman exhibitors one more nice round of applause on a really, really good set of cattle.
And in our lightweight class of Brahmins, first place went to Brooke Rankin, Atascosa County 4-H, and second place to Lane Hendricks, Leon County 4-H. Attention in the barn, last call for heavyweight Brahmins. Last call for heavyweight Brahmins to classification.
I think in the medium weight division, we find ourselves with cattle in the center that maybe the collective word that separates them for a generalization is movement. And out here, maybe amongst the rail, there's some cattle we'd like to modify there. But you get past that, and still, like I've said in so many of these classes, as we head them back to the barn, they cover the big general basics of what it takes to make end product in a market steer. Steer on the end here happens to have the flexibility advantage too. He's one though that isn't maybe quite as moderate as some of the others, but still really good in his own regard. He kind of hits you as he comes in the ring because of his added flexibility. Another guy here in terms of totals, muscle shape, dimension, particularly as you get behind, he's very, very good. The brindle calf, one you put your hands on, and that's where you truly appreciate what he has up high in terms of top shape. He's one, though, as we get to his groundwork, that's where we'd like to modify his movement. It certainly doesn't take these kids any less work than it does those that end up in the center of the ring. Put your hands together and reward them for their hard work throughout the year.
Wonderful class again. Help our Brahma exhibitors here with a big round of applause, if you would. A really, really strong lineup. Great set of young people here. You know, as we work our way up, and again, I'll start down here with some cattle that unfortunately fall short of your sales slots, but doesn't change that they're really, really good in their own right. You know, and calves that could go a lot of places and be breed champions, as you guys well know. So stand them still. Young guy here on the end, you could have a calf that I'd love to move up the line quite a bit because his balance, his smoothness, his attractiveness is extraordinarily good. And then we get him out on the lead, and he's really tight and short-strided on us today. And that's why he doesn't quite get into that upper portion of this class. But too much look and quality and balance in that guy for us to not get him into this final cut and get a chance to talk about him just a little bit. The Brendel Baldy steer right there in front of him, very different. He's one that gets a little too up and down in his top line. He breaks a little behind his shoulder and rounds out of his hip. Now, I like his feet and legs better. His length of stride, his mobility is definitely better. That steer has still got a really nice muscle shape to him. A calf, though, that just needs to hook up better down his top line to really call him a good balanced kind. The red calf that comes next here, rugged is certainly a word you could use to describe him. He's got big old feet and stout structure to the point that, you know, he's got kind of that wrinkled up hide too. A calf that's got some power and body and mass in him. Just a little too plain in his general appearance and look, not quite that show ring appeal that you see in some of those cattle in front of him. Well, the same holds true for the next steer. I'd like to modify him at the ground. He needs to move a little better, and it starts with just the shape of that foot. But come up from there, very good-bodied steer that's been easy feeding. He handles really nice in terms of degree of cover. Maybe you'd use just a little more shape of muscle as you get right on top of him. The red tinge steer that comes next here, I think a lot of good in him, and he's an interesting one to read because his joint work is excellent in terms of cleanliness, bone work, a calf that looks like his angles read right, and then we put him out in motion, and he just, I think part of it's he could use a little more length of hip, but he never strides with enough length off of that rear leg for us, and that's why he ends up in the fourth hole against four really good ones here at the top end. Again, a very fresh, good-shaped, incredibly well-presented steer here for us, but a calf that needs to get out and go with a little more comfort. We thought these three steers kind of found their way to the top, and then the longer they were out here, the more and more it boiled down to a pair of steers for me. Third place steer, I love his body and his easy fleshing, practical look. He's so deep-sided, and he handles just like he looks. He's got some cover on him at this stage. I think function of structure is solid. A calf that can get a little easy behind his shoulder when he goes right away from. He doesn't have quite the same pop through his center and lower quarter as those cattle right in front of him. But again, just a good functional steer there. Maybe no big bells and whistles in him like this top pair have, but a good fundamental calf there sitting in third. Top pair are really nice, guys, and I like them both. Probably one of them that just hit me a nickel harder and still does, especially we get them parked here from the profile. That's where the dark-colored steer gets the edge. I love his body. To me, his uniformity of body depth is exceptional. He's got a bold, true, easy-feeding look to the center portion of his rib cage. Still plenty of muscle to go with it. When he stops, he stays a little more collected and stronger right behind his shoulder than does the calf that's right behind him. I don't think muscle's the determining factor. If it is for you, then you'd flip the pair because this thing has got a huge top in him in second. Big, big hip, really, really powerful from a shape standpoint. Little edge and degree of finish here. Little edge and cutability there. So a little bit of give and take from a carcass potential standpoint. The difference to me is just a look of quality and balance that this guy continues to portray as we get him stopped on the profile. If you want to switch it, the muscle shape is an advantage. The other slight advantage to our second place steer, not so much movement, or length of stride, but the shape of his rear foot is slightly better than our class winning steer in this particular division. A really, really good foot under that guy. Again, stout structured, but still clean enough in his joint work. Really good pair there, guys. Congratulations to you both. Give them one more nice hand here. Excellent set of Brahman cattle.
In the middleweight division of Brahmins, first place went to Addison Corpus, DeWitt County 4-H. Second place to Hollis Holmes, Goliad County 4-H. Attention in the barn. First class of Santa Gertrudis be moving to classification. Lightweight class of Santa Gertrudis be moving to classification, please.
the final class of Brahmins out here. I think they're cattle who do a lot of good things in the center of the ring, and not to take anything away from those on the rail, there's still some that just exemplify feed ability and functionality, and they wear their weight very, very well. Again, as we had in the last class, quite a few motion issues that maybe end up here, but again, functionality, the gray steer in 2 here, monster-bodied and rib, he just reads with the look of one that will feed. Young man here, this calf is one that you have to appreciate his flexibility and functionality from a structural standpoint. You get your hands on him, and even when you get in for close inspection, there just isn't enough oomph in terms of his top shape, like to power him up. This guy has that advantage, maybe not quite as good looking as some. And then the yellow calf, the young lady in the boot, appreciate her hard work out here getting this one shown. That calf just doesn't go quite good enough off his hind leg, but when you evaluate him at the standstill, very, very nice. He handles with a big old top shape. Love the amount of dimension that he spreads throughout. Another big framed kind of calf, maybe one that's a little more extreme in that regard in relation to some of the others, but have to appreciate his flexibility as he gets out, picks them up, and puts them down. Let's reward them again with a big round of applause as they head on out of the ring.
Attention in the barn. Steers that are tied in stall 575 and 576 need to be moved immediately. Again, steers that are stalled in stall 575, 576, we need them moved immediately.
Well, guys, what fun. Brahman steers, the green turf, San Antonio. Doesn't get any better than this, does it? Give these exhibitors a big hand if you would. Really, really strong, really deep set of heavyweight steers here. You know, again, as we work our way up, and we'll start by talking about this chunk down here, because he is loaded, loaded with muscle. He is stout, he is bold, he is wide, he is powerful. And unfortunately, he's a little bit coarse also. And that's really what it comes down to. You know, in this group of steers here, he made the cut because he's so powerful. But honestly, I don't know that there's a steer in this group that doesn't have adequate muscle. And that what we're looking for is a steer that can combine that maybe with a little more balance and attractiveness. He's a little shorter up front. He's a little coarse in the way his shoulders made, his joint work as well. We just like to make him smoother and a little more attractive. But man, we love the muscle content that calf has got. This next steer is an interesting calf. I think he adds that piece to the puzzle that we don't have in the calf behind him. A little more length. He's smooth in the way he balances together. He's not as powerful as that steer, but he's still got plenty of shape to him, and he's been fed very well. So why is he down the line? It's his feet. And I wish he was better at the ground. He gets really, really soft, almost broken down on this right rear pastern in particular. When we get him out on the move, those dew claws almost touch the ground on us. I'd like to strengthen him out his foundation. We do that, and now all of a sudden we're talking about a steer that can play toward the top end of this class. It's the same that holds true for the next steer. And then if you guys had a chance to get in here and really analyze foot shape and correctness at their foundation, that's where this steer runs into some trouble. And he's not quite stable enough in the way he plants his hind leg because of the shape of those feet. He gets a little round in his hip. But man, that guy's got a big old top in him. He's been fed beautifully. That guy handles dead on the money, just a little bit round and a little off in his structure. 3 and 4 to us, you know, you could certainly argue back and forth on those two cattle. Stopped the traditionally colored kind of calf here that's next. Boy, he's got a nice look to him. He's got a little bit more bone and feature to him from a stoutness perspective. But when we get him in motion, he's also a little shorter strided and tighter moving. So that's the give and take, because the yellow calf with the birthmark here, he's longer bodied. He's more expressive in the turn of muscle he's got down his top. I think cutability is going to favor him in the long haul, and I like his length of step. I'd like to change the shape of his feet and make him a little stouter in his bone work. That's the give and take between a pair that are very, very close in 3rd and 4th. And we bring these top 2 steers back up. As we brought those kind of 4 back to the profile, I walked over and stood there next to Christian. I said, it's the 2 on the ends, isn't it? It was. I think we both quickly agreed that that was the case. And then as you analyze that pair of steers, there's just a look of power and stoutness in our class winner that gives him the edge. And here from the side, man, that turn and that shape he's got to his quarter and stifle is really, really impressive. He pulls himself together and has a really, really nice look still. His lower body balance is out exceptional. But to me, it's the boldness and the true, genuine shape that guy's got to his rib cage and all the way back out to his hip. That's the difference in that pair of steers. Still an excellent look to that calf. You know, Christian and I talk, that's a calf that, again, a little like the steer that won the middleweight class. We could modify the way he plants on that rear foot just a touch, but his length of stride, his flexibility, and the cleanliness of his joint work is all still very, very much in check. So I don't want to call a structure issue. It's just a little modification you could make on a really good one that we like a lot. This is a steer that kind of just continued to grow on us the longer he was out here. He's so smooth. He's so good in his body type and depth. Again, at first we like the kind of the shape of that rear foot. I don't know that he handles himself any better in motion. They're both solid there. He just gives up a shot of that extra mass. But 2 really good ones here at the top end and a strong, deep, high-quality class of Brahman cattle there. One more time, let's put our hands together and congratulate an outstanding set of exhibitors.
And in the Brahman division heavyweight class, first place went to Mark Ducote, Jordanton FFA, and second place Tucker Rust of Comfort FFA. And now as we get our class set for the championship drive of the Brahman division, out of Class 1, first place went to Brooke Rankin, Atascosa County 4-H. Out of Class 2, first place to Addison Corpus, DeWitt County 4-H. And out of third class, first place went to Mark DeCote of Jourdanton FFA. Out of Class 1, second place went to Lane Hendricks, Leon County 4-H. Second place in Class 2, Hollis Holmes, Goliad County 4-H. In Class 3, second place, Tucker Rust, Comfort FFA. Attention in the barn, our first class of Santa Gertrudis steers. We are missing steer number 29524. Again, steer number 29524, the first class, lightweight class of Santa Gertrudis. We need your steer brought up for classification.
Well, guys, really a powerful Brahman division, highlighted by a spectacular set of young people. Help me in congratulating them with a big round of applause. This is an excellent, excellent lineup. A lineup that you could certainly justify some different things on, as Christian and I were just describing. I don't know that there's the one that 10 out of 10 judges would land on, but man, I think every one of these that's out here deserves a look. There was a trio of lightweight steers that you probably could have shuffled around and not been wrong in placing them whichever direction you like. And then it came to a middle and a heavyweight class that I thought, we really got into the true market ready category category, and I think you see that in those cattle. Our second place steers are really good as well. You think back, that second class had a pair of steers that weren't exactly alike, but had good give and take to describe, and then that third class came out, and you had another pair of steers that kind of fit one another, just more power in the steer that won that class. So it really boils down to the medium and heavy weights in this particular division. And as you get back out here, and I believe me, I am always a proponent of picking the best two cattle. No matter what size, and sometimes they don't exactly look alike. This was one of those times where I probably narrow it down to 3 cattle that suit me really, really well, that are contenders for champion and reserve. And the longer they're out here, the more and more just the tandem of balance with power finds me a champion. And then it got even closer probably for reserve for me. But as I study them, this is probably one of those times where, I think this is a place where you put 2 of them together that just resemble each other a little bit more, even to their flaws, where both of them could be fixed just a little bit in terms of length of stride, but I think angles of structure still very, very good. This is a powerful set of Brahman cattle. These young people have worked incredibly hard and deserving of the honors that are coming to them, and they're going to have hopefully a great sale day here in a couple days as well. I think it boils down to the medium and the heavyweight. Excellent pair of steers. Young lady out on the medium weight division is going to have your Brahman champion. Congratulations to her. And your heavyweight's going to be the reserve. Congratulations as well. Great set of cattle, guys.
And in the Brahman division, first place went to Addison Corpus, DeWitt County 4-H. And reserve champion to Mark Ducote of Jourdanton FFA. We're now bringing our first class of our Santa Gertrudis division in. This class has 24 entries, ranging in weight from 1,000 to 1,209 pounds.
Your event in San Antonio is unique for so many reasons, and one of those is that initial pull. And as Chris stands and makes that pull, as I watch him and my eyes make contact with his, a lot of what he visually is examining as he begins is just that structural movement and integrity. And there's a lot of them out here that we've been watching make it the lap around, and the comment is, that's a dang nice calf, but his feet probably aren't good enough. So as we get down and evaluate him as a group, we could modify some structural things. And then on the other flip of the coin, we start out in the lightweights. There's one in here still that we're going to excuse from the ring that's very good. He just isn't there in terms of that ideal endpoint. Young man here has one that's just a little upright shouldered, but boy, you get him stuck from the side. We certainly appreciate that. This little steer here is one that's really close and on the cusp, and one Chris and I both talked about as being just so exotic in his look up front. He's striking, he's unique. There just isn't near enough club calf there as we evaluate him in a market steer show. Needs to be more of him. The red calf, boy, meat and potatoes, absolutely all the products you could desire. Just wish that he handled himself with a little more flexibility to go with it. On down the road, not a question of durability, of bone work and stoutness a feature in these cattle. Just need to see them utilize their structure better as they get out and go. But it costs no less money and takes no less time for these kids we're excusing to be here. So please show them some recognition with a round of applause as they head back.
What a really nice lightweight set of girt steers. And again, I know the crowd kind of comes and goes as you're a fan of young people that are out here, but it's been a pleasure all day long. But again, what a great set of young people. Help me with a big round of applause to congratulate this first set in this lightweight class. You know, really, really deep. Some of those earlier lightweight classes, we've had a little up and down in some breeds, always with strong top end. This group was really, really deep and good. I was very impressed. You know, again, we'll work our way up from those cattle that don't quite make the sale here today, but I hope you see the good that I do in them. This is a boxy, good-bodied steer that's got plenty of muscle that rounds things out in our lineup. Unfortunately, he doesn't move quite good enough. He's just too straight off of both ends and doesn't get out and go. But, man, that young guy has fed that steer right. He's a good carcass steer. He just needs to be sounder. In contrast, you got some slightly different structural things to change in the white sheath calf that comes next. I like his length of body. I like his neatness up front. Actually, the slope of his shoulder is good. He's got a little extra hook to his hind leg. He kind of gets it up underneath of himself as he goes, wants to round out of his hip a little to be ideal from a balance standpoint. We like to square him and make him truer there. The next calf is one that just kind of grew on me. I don't know that there's any one feature that stands out in him, but when you lay your hands on him is probably the time that you say, man, that calf's just pretty solid, and his degree of cover is right where it needs to be at this weight. He's got a nice, fresh, good top. I like his levelness of top line, hip. He's not as neat in the lower portion of his shoulder up through his front end, so maybe not quite as attractive from the profile. The white sheath calf coming next. There's one that has a neat look to him. There's times when he really gets cocky and throws that head up, and he's so good in the way it comes out of his shoulder. A calf that doesn't power up quite with some of them behind and needs a shot more body volume to give him an easier feeding look. And then the calf that just fell short of our top three here in the sale order, just a good red steer, good feeding calf, a calf that's deep and big-bodied. He's got plenty of dimension to go with it. There were three really good steers. I hope this young lady understands that. Those three cattle in front of her are excellent. Your calf didn't quite stack up from an attractiveness standpoint. He's got a little extra chest in him. He needs to be a little neater up through his front end. And maybe just a little, although he's bulky and got plenty of volume of muscle, maybe could have just a little more expressive shape as you lay your hands on him. Then it got down to three, and quite honestly, from the minute they hit the ring, it was a dogfight for second. No question about it. I think that's very, very close. But, guys, that's an awfully, awfully good one that leads off this class. And I'd give him a nice round of applause. I think an excellent steer. Quite honestly, my man, your biggest challenge of the day was probably getting through the line over there before you got in the ring. And, you could, talk a little bit about some breed type things if you want. I think that to me, he classifies, and once he's in here, that's a good dude. I like the heck out of him. He balances incredibly well. He's got a great shape to him. Slam dunk, easy winner, really, really nice. To me, 2 and 3 is where it was close, and I think lots of give and take. When this steer hit the ring, I was like, man, what a fundamentally good calf. He is so sound in his feet and legs. He stays together beautifully in motion. Every piece of him is just very smooth. He blends smooth, neck to shoulder, shoulder to forerib. Top line stays good in him. The steers on both sides of them are a little heavier boned and stouter featured. I get that, but I think this calf still balances out a little nicer than the third calf because of his underline. His chest to his flank is just a little more uniform, and I just like the smoothness and balance. I'll give up just a little bit of bone in order to get that correctness of structure and the smoothness and balance he presents. If you like a switch between 2 and 3, I am not going to argue. This is one of those times where it's close enough. I'm really excited that 3 steers out of this group make the sale, because I would have hated to leave one of those 2 out as close as they are. He's a little more moderate in his frame. He's definitely stouter boned and bigger footed, and probably just spans a little bigger top in him than the calf right in front of him. We get here to the side, he's a little deep in his chest compared to his flank line, so his lower body doesn't balance out quite as nice. That's what it boils down to. 2 very, very good cattle in second and third. Congratulations, those exhibitors. Let's give all of our girt exhibitors in this lightweight class a big round of applause, if you would.
In our first class of Gerts, first place went to Bryson Cole, Roby, FFA. Second place, Madeline Batcher, Lexington, FFA. And third place, Peyton McCarty, Santa Fe, FFA. Attention in the barn, heavyweight Gerts, be moving to classification, please. Heavyweight Gerts, be moving toward classification. And as we bring in the middleweight class, this class has 24 entries, ranging in weight from 1,210 to 1,340 pounds.
Each and every one of you is hopefully, and I would assume very fortunate to have a fan club that comes along with you to make this experience possible. And I know those of you that end up on the rail here, there are people cheering and hoping it happens. Guys, it's subtle little differences here at the end that as we look through a second time to make the pull to end up over here in the center of the ring that separates these individuals. And as we start down here with the yellow calf, and this is arguably one of the bigger footed and stouter featured kind of individuals we've seen. As he gets out and goes, he gets pretty squishy on those rear pasterns, like to change his foot shape, but that's a moderate, easy feeding kind of calf. One that follows, this guy's got extension, absolutely, and his big advantage over the one right in front of him is just that. It just doesn't come with enough prettiness. This calf is so good when we get stopped to the side, and you do a great job of getting him shown just dead level in those lines, so your eye is naturally drawn to him. Upright in both ends of his skeleton from a structural standpoint. Consequently, he doesn't just get out and go and have a ton of range of motion. Another one that's really pretty, I like that about him, he levels up and gives you the look of balance from the side. Bottom line, there just isn't enough calf there when you get your hands on him. I said all of you hopefully came with a fan club, so let's give it to them, guys. A big round of applause as they head on out of the ring here.
Our middleweight class here in the Santa Gertrudis division, excellent set of cattle here, and a little bit up and down in terms of size and frame score, but good cattle as we get into this upper portion of the class. Start down here again and get those cattle weighed, but guys, this is a stout calf that I pulled there toward the end, and he's a little coarser and rounder in his general makeup than ideal, but that guy's chock full of muscle, and he's been fed well. He's at a good spot from a cover standpoint. Just a little too much shoulder, a little rounder in the way that he's built, but really muscular. The calf that's next, young lady does a really nice job when we get him parked of pulling that calf together. He's got some look and quality about him, probably just a little more balanced than the steer behind him. When you really get in and analyze him, that calf just isn't blessed with the same kind of width and real muscle shape as some of the cattle that lead out in front of him in this lineup. He's just a little tight in his hock as he goes as well, but good looking, smooth pattern, very nice balanced steer. Young guy that comes next, he's got a nice calf as well, and just a good feed and look to this steer. He's moderate, he's deep, big-bodied, functional in terms of his look, just gets a little slack-framed. He gets a little easy in his top line, his shoulder opens up, he's got a little extra set to his hind leg. All of those pieces add up into not quite as attractive or well-balanced a look as what you see in the cattle that are out here in front of him. We get up here to this black steer, and man, when he hit the ring, I said, man, that calf's just got a nice look about him. Now, he's not as powerful as some, and he's just a little tighter in his hock joint, but a calf that's really balanced. He's fresh, he's youthful in his look. I think a really nice steer. Then we got down to these four, and on the top end, I thought this was excellent. And this was a calf that I really liked when he hit the ring. And in part, that young guy, he could stick one for me any day. He knows how to keep that calf alert and looking the part at all times. He's deep and uniform in his body depth. Challenge is when you really get in and analyze that guy, I don't think he's as genuine in his composition as these cattle in front of him. He's a little plain in his top shape. He's got a little more cover on him. I think comfortably the low cutability steer of what remains here in the top four of this particular class. A smooth, nice balanced, easy feed and look to him. I just need more muscle shape and pop and trimness in that calf to get him into this initial trio. And that left us with our three sale cattle out of this particular class, and I like them all quite well. I think each one of them perhaps brings a little different piece to the puzzle, but I think collectively all three of them represent what we've tried to find during the course of the day thus far. When we add it all up, the yellow steer ended up being a pretty comfortable winner for us. So I think there's a steer. We set him out in motion, and the one piece you'd pick on him standing still is how he gets just a little easy in his top line. Then we set him out in the lead, and he pulls it all together. So to me, that made him a logical place to begin. I really like his feet and legs. There's a calf that's bold in terms of his body, and as a result has a really aggressive, good shape to his top. His transitions from neck to shoulder, shoulder to forerib, maybe could be a little smoother. He's got a little shoulder in him, but he's got a big hip to go with it. So I think a good-footed, sound-structured, muscular calf, he's the one that suits me best, both from a composition and a movement standpoint. The red steer that comes behind him, he's a little softer in his midsection, a little better there, and we look at his heart and forerib and the way that blends into his shoulder. I think he has an advantage in that regard as well. When you study him from behind, he's just a nickel planer in terms of his shape. He's also one that gets a bit deeper as you study him up through his front end. But again, pretty nitpicky, and I think still the set, the travel of his hind leg is enough of an advantage that he falls into the second hole compared to the black calf. Black calf is a stout dude. He's got a big hip in him. He's a good feeding calf. It really boiled down to that hind leg. He's functionally structured, but he's got a little extra set to that hock, wants to curl it up underneath of him as he sets out in motion a little more than we would prefer. Even study him up front from his knee to the ground, he splays out just a little bit. So some little structural things that don't necessarily call non-functional, just not as attractive in the way those feet and legs set underneath of him. Excellent class again. Congratulations, those young people. Give them one more nice hand as they head out of the ring.
Okay, in our middleweight class of Gertz, first place went to Ethan Adams, Lamar County 4-H. Second place, Bailey Mass, San Saba County 4-H. And third place, Cart Merkolochik of Washington County 4-H. Attention steer exhibitors, Class 1 of Brangus be moving to classification. Class 1 lightweight Brangus be moving to classification. Also attention to all steer exhibitors in the barn. If you had a steer that has classed out here today and is going to be moved to the second wave for later, you can move your cattle now to aisle F. Again, if you've had a steer that's classed out today, will be shown later in the week. You need to move those steers from where you're now stalled down to aisle F.
We get into the heavyweight girts here, and I think as a collective group from top to bottom, a very uniform group of cattle that all represent a lot of good and feedability. And as a group of fed cattle, I think do some great things. Now we set them into the show ring, and maybe those extras in terms of eye appeal and striking advantages don't align with those on the rail. But that being said, there's some that still have that advantage. The young man gets all he can out of this one here. He gives you that look from the side. He levels up just dead level from shoulder back to his hip. He's one that plays out in lower body and in terms of the way he comes into his flank. Not a question of feedability in a lot of these cattle. They represent good, bold-sprung cattle that come with forerib and depth of body as they come back into their flank. And then like this calf, he's one that has that, but we get back to his hip. He wants to fall off just a shot, but easy feeding kind of cattle who's still bold as far as that overall shape is concerned. One here that's particularly striking, and we noticed right as we were headed out of the ring, he just needs to have more expansion to his forerib, change the way he comes and directs back into his flank to give him a little softer look, but you cannot deny his attractive pieces from the side. Shoulders back. I really like this guy. You put your hands on him, he's just chocked full of product. He stands down on a huge foot and circumference of bone, but to come with those stoutness of feature pieces, he just gets a little bit plainer in his overall composition, but a great group of cattle from top to bottom.
Attention steer exhibitors in the barn, you class winners who were handed a blue card at the scale. It says that you would go over to the auction barn around 4 o'clock. Do not do so. Wait here until further notice. Again, steer exhibitors with a blue card, your class winners, hold up here in the cattle barn until further notice before you move to the auction facility. Attention in the barn. Exhibitors with lightweight Brangus class, we are needing some steers to classification. Steer 55289 and steer 64614. Again, if you have a steer that was classed in the lightweight class of Brangus and you have a tag number 55289 64614, we need your steers brought to classification immediately. For all's information, we have been brought a brown utility bag that was found under the bleachers near the south end. If you have lost a small leather or suede bag, you may want to come to the announcer stand and pick it up.
Man, these steers are good, aren't they? Give them a round of applause. Another excellent class here. Really fun set to sort through and just share my thoughts on. And as we get up to the top end of this lineup, exceptional. And you know, this is fun when you get to, we're going to get up to the top end and you're going to find, you know, I think it's part of my job to break them down and tell you what I see. And at the same token, I hope it's obvious how good I think the cattle are, and yet you have to dig into those details to find enough difference to sort them the way you like them, and that's what we're going to describe here. Young man here down on the far end, we pulled that steer in toward the end just because of his mass and his volume and his dimension. A calf that's got a little more cover on him than ideal, needs to get out just a little bit better out of his front end, but a calf that represents just good practical kind in his own right. You know, another steer right there in front of him, he's not blessed with the same kind of top shape as some of the steers that are up here in the lineup. He needs to be just a nickel leaner and more shapely. But man, when we get him stopped, I really love the smoothness, the depth, the correctness that this guy presents to us, and that young lady can stick the heck out of him. She does a great job. Just wish that calf had a little more expressive shape to him, maybe lean him up just a tick. Very similar steer right there in front of him. This calf's got a load of muscle in him, but he's also got a little too much up front. And he's got a little crest to his neck. He's a little coarse in his shoulder. I like brisket. I don't know if I like it that much. He's got a little too much down there through his chest, right? Really full and deep up through his chest, so it throws him off from a balance perspective. But from his forerib back, stout, bold, big-hipped, lots of dimension in that guy. The calf that's right there in front of him, big, extended steer with a ton of product built into him. I don't know what that guy weighs, but his mass alone is going to make him cross the scale at a pretty heavy weight. With that, a little coarser featured. He's got a little more shoulder, lower shoulder and chest in him. I'd like to see him just a little more attractive and neater in the way that he puts those pieces together. The speckle-bellied calf here, I think there's a lot of good in this steer. And, man, when he gets him parked, he's smooth and he's so well-balanced. I think he's on the money in terms of degree of finish. A steer that wants to roach up in his top. I wish he'd relax his spine when he's moving. And he gives up just a little bit of muscle shape to some cattle in front of him. But fed beautifully, right on the money finish-wise, smooth, good balance kind of steer at the stand. So we get up here to the top four. There was darn sure some give and take, some things that went through my mind. And ultimately, there was a pair of steers that I thought just had to surface in this class, and then a decision between 3 and 4. And you know, again, it kind of boiled down to a principle and something that is always important to me. If you think the steer in 4th is sound enough in his feet and leg structure, then by all means you should have him at least a spot or 2 higher, because that is one good-looking critter, and he is absolutely stout. I love all those things about him. If we were just to snap a picture from the side, you'd say, well, that's the kind of steer that Chris likes, and you'd be right. And then we get him out in motion, and nothing goes good enough. And it's a shame. You know, Christian and I both said it. I had already said it, and that steer turned the corner, and we walked him the last lap, and she said, man, I wish that steer would go better. And if he would, we'd be talking about a sale steer, no doubt about it. But he's just too tight and rigid in the way that he's built structurally. That's why the black steer gets around him in a close decision. I just kept coming back to this steer and saying, you know, I know he doesn't overwhelm me anywhere, and perhaps you look at him out in this lineup and say, wow, that steer is kind of small. These are all big cattle. You know, get him out by himself and you say that's a good-sized steer. I think you need to analyze him as an individual and say feet and leg structure, check. Body shape, doability, easy feeding look, check. Steer that's got enough muscle, absolutely. Maybe not the prettiest necked or neatest fronted or smoothest in his shoulder, but I tell you what, I got a 10-year-old at home, and I just learned that I better get home and work on some showmanship with my son, because if they got to stick them like her to be competitive, then we got some work to do at home, because, man, every little piece I'd like to change in that steer, man, she gets that calf's head alert and has him looking the part. Awesome, awesome job. She does a heck of a good job out here. But his structure is what gives him the nod over that calf right behind. It boiled down to 2 steers, and I like them both well. They're a little different, but they're both really, really good. The dark red calf up front, just a little more conservative in a lot of ways. He's more conservative in his frame. I like the extra depth of body he's got to go with it. Because of that, he handles a little further along with a touch more cover on him. I like the practical look that he presents. Both cattle are muscular. As you step around in front of them, I much prefer the way that calf comes into his shoulder and from his shoulder into his body cavity versus the steer in second. Those are the subtle advantages that I see in just a really, really good complete steer. The second place steer is in some spots a little more overwhelming. That's a huge, long-bodied, incredibly stout-boned, big-footed steer. He's got a nickel of an edge in cutability. As you lay your hands down his top, he's a little leaner and more shapely. A calf that's so neat in the way that hip and hind leg is built. Both of those steers move really, really nice. For me, a little more extreme in terms of his size, and the biggest issue that I had, I just can't get that front view out of my mind when I step around in front. He is so open and big in that shoulder. If we lay that back into him a little bit, then we talk about switching that pair, because it is close enough to consider two really, really good cattle where I start to weigh those pieces out, and one of them just a little more my kind, but two awesome steers on the top end. Again, outstanding lineup. Give those exhibitors one more hand as they head out of the ring. It's going to be a great championship.
And in our heavyweight class of the Santa Gertrudis, first place went to Presley Hinkhouse, Wall, FFA. Second place, Audrey Turner, Bastrop County 4-H, and third to Salem Yashik of Atascosa County 4-H. And as we set our lineup for the championship drive, out of Class 1, the lightweights, first place went to Bryson Cole of Roby, FFA. First place out of Class 2 to Ethan Adams, Lamar County 4-H, and again out of Class 3, the heavyweight, first place to Presley Hinkhouse, Wall, FFA. Out of the lightweight class, second place went to Madeline Batcher of Lexington, FFA. Second place, Class 2, Bailey Mass, San Saba County 4-H. And second place, Class 3, Aubrey Turner, Bastrop County 4-H. Steer exhibitors, medium weight Brangus steers be moving to classification. Medium weight Brangus steers be moving toward classification, please.
Well, guys, this has been a great division, and to all of our exhibitors in the Santa Gertrudis show, you deserve huge compliments, and we've talked about it throughout every class as they come back out here. This is really, really a joy for me to just share my thoughts, and as I said earlier, it's an opinion. Take it for what it's worth. It's official today, I guess, but the biggest takeaway from here is this is an awesome set of steers, highlighted by an even better set of young people at the halter. Give them a big hand here in our Santa Gertrudis ring. Excellent, excellent job for us. You know, there's been moments today when you know, decisions were easy. There's things that, you know, probably as you get the three class winners back out that I think, you know, most anybody would agree with. And now it gets you, you know, into a bit of a decision-making process here that I just want to walk you through what I see in these three class winners. And quite honestly, once it's all said and done, there's a champion for me. And I realize that calf may not be everyone's favorite that stands out here, but I hope you can at least see what I do in the cattle, and I'll talk about each one of them. Steer that won our first class, and I guess you can call him lightweight. That's fine. He won the quote-unquote lightweight class. He weighs 1195. You know, if one more drink of water or declare him a little higher, and the steer behind him weighs a whopping 15 pounds more. That's to me, again, it's less about what is the actual weight and what is he as an individual at that weight. And I think he's incredibly good. I think that guy is tremendously well balanced. He is great structured. You know, your biggest worry, and I think this has to be part of the decision-making process, you know, when you get down to lighter weight cattle, in my opinion, what you have to do is assess whether you think they are market ready enough or not. It's not just about weight. Weight doesn't solely declare market readiness, in my opinion. It's more about where they are from a degree of finish standpoint. And quite honestly, he's got a little more on him than the steer behind him does. You know, so I don't think you can declare him not market ready simply because he weighs the least in this particular group. I think that's a calf that's going to, you know, easily be in an acceptable range of fat thickness. If I was going to guess him, he's in that, you know, 4 to 4,500s, 410s to 4,500s bracket. I think he's on, you know, on the lighter end, but in a very, very acceptable range of fat. So cutability is going to be good. I think he's still got a chance, you know, to get into that choice quality grade. And that is a calf, absolutely, that balances up impeccably. He is great in terms of his structure. I like that calf a lot. That steer that wins the second class is another good one, and as we said in his class, he was the one that combined muscularity with correctness of feet and leg structure. Can get a little easy in his top line at times and needs to transition a little better in his forerib or shoulder to forerib. Actually, that's a calf, you know, that could stand to even go to heavier weights yet, and he'd probably get even better with time, but a calf that I really appreciate. And then just a really good, practical kind of market steer in the dark red calf, you know, a little plainer perhaps up through his front end than the two steers behind him, but from there back, he's bold-bodied, he's big-hipped. Everything works together well when we set him into motion. I think a fundamental steer that you know, certainly does a lot of just basics for us. Does he do it with the same elite show steer look? Perhaps not, but I think fundamentally a great steer, and he's a contender for that reason. Excellent, excellent class or set of Santa Gertrudis cattle in this division. And you know, one thing that's important for me, I'm going to go home or go back to the hotel tonight, and I'm going to lay my head down. I'm going to sleep good for two reasons. First of all, because I will be absolutely tired out, because we have, that's one thing Christian and I have enjoyed doing, is giving every single animal multiple looks and really, you know, becoming at the end of the day mentally tired as a result. Physically a little bit too, but also I'm going to lay down tonight because I know every single champion I picked, that was my favorite one. And my favorite one, I add up all the pieces, you talk about all the pieces, I think he's market ready, and I know he's my favorite one. He wins the lightweight class, and that's your champion.
Bryson Cole from Roby FFA, the champion Santa Gertruda steer, will now bring in Madeline Batcher of Lexington, the second place steer out of Class 1, and they will vie for reserve.
Another smooth, good balanced steer that needs just a shot more muscle to compete in here. Again, two other very good class winners. Dark red steer out of the heavyweight class will be reserved.
And the reserve champion shown by Presley Hinkhouse, Wall FFA. We'll now move to our Brangus division for the day. We have our first class, a lightweight class, ranging weight from 1,000 to 1,214 pounds. There's 17 entries. We will be placing 2. Just an announcement to all of the exhibitors throughout this American Breeds division. If you were classified into the ABC division, you will be inserted in the class that matches what your steer weighed as you entered the respective division that you wish to compete in. Again, if you were moved to an ABC, your steer will just be inserted into the section that matches your steer's weight. Dear exhibitors, out of the middleweight Brangus class, we're looking for steer 62284. You need to bring it to classification. Again, middleweight Brangus class, you have steer number 62284. You need to bring it to classification immediately. A reminder to the steer exhibitors in the barn that have already showed all steers that placed except Grand and Reserve and first place steers must go to TLMA pins. Again, all placing steers other than first place and champion and reserves must go to TLMA pins. You can be taking them over now. Be sure and take your green card, your disposition card with you. And also, if you have any non-placing steers you wish to sell, the floor is $1.57 and you can take them to TLMA pins.
So we start off with the lightweight Brangus here. We certainly realize that you guys still spend the late nights in the barn and do all of the things right to get these cattle to come out here and stick and give us the ultimate best look they possibly can. And so as we get nitpicky to pull those into the center, we have cattle out here that a lot of which we just like to make dimensionally a little bit wider and stouter. And that's the questions that Chris asked in terms of handle, does he have enough top shape? And so out here amongst what we have left, functional, flexible type cattle that certainly could still read on to heavier weights. A steer here that is one when she gets him stuck from the side. She does an impeccable job of getting that head up, and you can't help but notice him. The bottom line is you get right behind him, you get into his shoulder, muscle shape behind his shoulder, and then he rounds out of his hip. We'd like to change him there. Another calf here, three-dimensional. That absolutely isn't the issue. He's just pretty green yet in his composition. I think he could benefit from more time on feed. And just an absolute stouty in terms of bone work. His foundation is good, and his muscle shape goes with it. It just comes in a pretty loose package in terms of his squareness and sharpness of shape and attractiveness of pieces. Another one that rounds out the class. He's so smooth in the way that he blends his pieces. That one just needs to have more curvature and outward turn to his muscle shape to read up into the center of the ring.
Attention steer exhibitors, we need the heavyweight Brangus steers moving to classification, please. Heavyweight Brangus steers be moving toward classification.
Well, good lightweight set of cattle here to start off your Brangus division. And once again, just one of those classes that even on the top end, Christian and I had some discussion on those top three steers. And, I could see some variety in placing depending on where you want to put your emphasis. But again, very comfortable in the things that we read and see as the differences. And, we'll talk those as those steers come out of the chute here in a second. The calf in the back of the lineup here, man, he's deep and soggy and easy feeding in his look. He handles accordingly with some finish and cover over his last rib. A calf that gets a little bit easy in his spine, and probably most importantly to me, when we get up on top of him, I just wish there was more spread and more muscle shape directly behind his shoulder and down his top. You power him up a notch, and all of a sudden, we're putting him amongst those top 3 or 4 in this class because his feet and leg structure, I think, is sure sound enough, and I like his body and his doability. A little more muscle shape in the calf right there in front of him. I like his length of body. When we get him stopped, things can come together pretty decent. He does have a nice set to his hind leg. He's a little easy behind his shoulder, a little rounder out of his hip, and just a little shallower in his body type. Those are the 2 or 3 things that slide him down a couple of holes in here. But a steer that kind of grew on me. Those pieces maybe don't always hook together perfect, but I like the composition of that steer. His muscle and his degree of finish is right. Again, a good steer. If this steer here next could move just a little better for us, we would have had him up the lineup. I like the boldness of body. I like the muscularity that steer's got. He's smooth in the way those pieces fit together. It's primarily up in his front end, but a little in his hind leg too. But the shoulder angle is just not laid back correct enough in him, so he opens up at the base of his shoulder and just a little too short-strided for us, buddy. But you fed him on the money. He's a muscular calf, good doing calf. Just needed him to get out and move a little better structurally for us. The next calf was definitely a player, as we start thinking toward getting a couple sale steers. This one from the side gave us a presentation that said maybe he could play in that top 2. He's smooth, he's well balanced, he's deep, he's uniform in his body depth, and he's pretty functional in terms of his feet and leg structure. Unfortunately, when you get right up on top of him, you lay your hands down his top, he does not have the muscle that those 3 cattle had, and that's what it boiled down to in sliding him into the 4th hole. And then 1, 2, and 3. I think each a little different in the things that they bring to the table. As I alluded to when I started discussing from the bottom up, I think you could certainly justify different placings amongst these 3 cattle. And again, I'll just tell you what I see in each one of them. The young man whose calf's right here in front of me, his back 2/3 is good, really good. He's bold-bodied. He's got plenty of muscle. He's got a big hip. He carries his shape good down through the base of his quarter. I think at a lightweight, there's a steer that's still pretty appropriate in his degree of finish. He has 2 things that slid him down a spot or 2. First of all, as you watch him go away from you, I wish he'd handle that hock with a little more flexibility and just a little squarer and truer as he goes away from you. Then when you step off to the side, his balance is thrown off a little bit. He's a little deeper through his brisket and chest than he is back through his flank, so it throws his underline off from a balance standpoint. A good steer. His back 2/3, like we said, especially parked and right there, I like a lot about that steer. All right, as we get the top pair of cattle back in here, and again, very, very nice in their own right. We mentioned those things about the third place steer that make him a contender. You know, as we came down to the two cattle that stand left out here, they're a little different, but I like them both really, really well. I think it's obvious where you like the class winner, though, and I think what it boiled down to, as much as I like both of those cattle, it's quicker to grab this steer, and probably his flaws are less obvious. I think that combination of traits is what lead off the class for him. No doubt he is the stoutest steer in terms of bone work, foot, substance, mass. I'm not saying he has a big muscle advantage. In fact, I actually think the steer in second is a little more aggressive in his shape as you lay your hands down his top. But they're both muscular cattle. This calf is really, really stout in terms of his structure to go with it. And I think as a whole, when we get him stopped here at the side, he stays together enough better in his top line that he just hits you with a little better balanced look. He's stronger right there behind his shoulder, really level and good out of his hip. There's times that I read his hock to be just a little straight, but when we get him out in motion, he handles it pretty good. He covers his stride. I think he's got enough flex and length of step built into that hind leg to go ahead and lead off the class. Steer in second is interesting. There's times when I said, oh man, he's going to win the class, and then there's other times I thought, he's getting so easy in his top line, and PC, maybe he's going to finish third. You know, a calf that as we put him out in motion, his top line pulls back together. I think oftentimes you make him really loose skeletoned, and that top line kind of goes with it. A young man knows what he needs to try to do, don't you? Get that top line pulled back together. Fresh, muscular shape to that steer. As we've alluded to, his top line can go on him just a little bit. Those front feet, I'd like to square them up, sit them truer coming at you. You study him from his knees down to his toes, and those toes kind of go side to side instead of pointing front forward for us. But again, a calf that's got a lot of good in him. Just as many class advantages in him, I think just a little quicker to find his flaws also. Two really good calves at the top end, but a deep, high-quality class here. Give those young people one more nice round of applause here, starting off this Brangus division.
And in the middleweight Brangus class, in the lightweight Brangus class, first place went to Shaylee Lynn Fenton of Taylor County 4-H, and second place to Julian De La Garza of Coke County 4-H. And as our middleweight Brangus class enters the show ring, we have a class of 17, ranging in weight from 1,215 to 1,333 pounds. And just a note to all of you here in the steer barn watching the steer show, please make plans to stick around after the steer show this evening. The American Nation sale will be just across the way in the auction barn. Sale starts at roughly 6:30 or after the selection of the champion ABC steer this afternoon and conclusion of the commercial steer contest currently in the auction barn. High Point Sales and Marketing has catalogs set out at the bottom of the bleachers, and if you can't stick around, you can tune in on cci.live. Steer exhibitors, heavyweight class of the Brangus, we're looking for steer number 54947. Again, heavyweight Brangus class, steer number 54947. We need you to come to classification, please. A note to all steer exhibitors here in the barn, if you have a champion or a class out steer today, you need to be moving it to aisle F.
Absolutely. Late nights, early mornings, tons of work, and a huge financial investment that you guys have all made to be here. And so we appreciate your efforts. And unfortunately, if you're going to make the lap, just some little nitpicky things out here on the cattle. As a whole, I think for where they're at, I think they're very, very good. They're big-bodied. They're cattle that are good feeding and flexible enough in their skeleton. But the ones that don't make the poll, I think the issues are probably more structural than anything. But like here is a steer that's just tremendously stout. He's very powerful. He's got a big old foot to stand on your show stick, right? He's one that handles with some freshness down his top. Like that about him a lot. He just gets a little bit rounder in the way that he patterns up. This steer in particular is one that hits us pretty hard from an attractiveness standpoint. He levels up in his lines. It gives you that look of quality. But after that, maybe just not quite as much dimension and expansion compared to some other cattle up here. Maybe freshen that one up in terms of his skin and just presentation. And then one that just hits you real well in terms of his foundation of big feet, stout bones, and features. Just doesn't come with enough sharpness of edges and attractiveness of look as you get off to the side of it.
A reminder, a small fabric brown bag has been delivered here to the announcer stand. It has about an inch and a quarter, inch and a half green stripe along one side. So if you've lost a small brown bag, probably a 4 by 6 by 8 small carry bag, we have it here at the announcer stand.
Again, very, very deep, very strong class here, but a lot of give and take. I think a class that, yeah, you could bring half a dozen different judges out here and maybe find several different answers in terms of which two steers maybe need to make that sale, those sale slots for you. I wouldn't argue if you shifted these around a little bit. I'm very comfortable, even though they're very contrasting in their kind. I think the two steers we've sent to the chute really offer the most quality in this particular lineup. And from there, you know, some pieces that are really, really good, and then some challenges in each each of the cattle. This is a very muscular steer in the back of the lineup. He's got a great outward turn and shape to his quarter and stifle, a big top in that steer, still pretty appropriate in his degree of finish. He's a little coarser in his build and just a little awkward in terms of structure, opens up in his shoulder, plants just a little east and west on his front feet. He gets them out going both directions, and just a little coarse in his hock joint as well. But a steer that if we could loosen his structure up, get him move a little better, that's definitely a steer you got to like the muscle in him. The calf right there in front of him, obviously a lot of extra sheath in that guy. Maybe throws you off at a first glance, but I hope you see the good I do in him. He's deep, he's easy feeding, he's very, very far along in terms of his degree of cover, maybe a little much perhaps, in fact. And you see it in the way he's filled up through his brisket region. Like to lean him up just a touch, but a good easy feeding kind of calf sitting there in that hole. A calf that kind of grew on us the longer he was out here is next in line. He doesn't overwhelm you with mass and power from behind. Needs a little more stifle and lower quarter shape in him. But I thought he balanced out enough nicer than the two cattle behind him that we kept sliding him up a couple notches. The more we studied him, need to power him up and give him just a shot more dimension to get him higher. You know, as we got to the top four, I thought 3 and 4 also gave us some variety in kind, different types of cattle. First of all, this young man in the blue, again, we've mentioned this. I always love giving credit where it is due, and that young man could stick one for me any day. I love watching him go at this. He knows how to get the most out of his steer. You know, I think it's always nice when you see young people that you think have an idea of what the strengths are in their cattle, and they do the best that they can to highlight those strengths. He knows how to get that calf alert from the profile. That's a good-headed, neat-fronted, smooth-shouldered, good-lined steer. He's deep and uniform in his body depth. He handles very correctly from a degree of finish standpoint. He's got some quality grade potential when we think about him in that regard. Bottom line, he just doesn't have enough muscle to get any higher, though. And when you get up on top of that steer, he's just a little peaked in the way he's made down his spine. He needs to be bolder, wider, more impressive, all the way back to his hip. But I really like the way that young man handles his business out here, and he does have a good-looking steer that's been fed very appropriately.
Steer exhibitors, let's start moving our lightweight ABCs to the classification area, please. Lightweight ABCs, start moving toward classification, please.
Well, guys, we had worked down a little bit to get validation of these cattle, and we've already talked these third and fourth place steers, and as I told you, they were close, and they're a little different. I guess we talked 4, haven't gotten to 3 here, but it's going to be 1 and 2 now, guys, and and I hope first of all. I don't know if you know those young ladies. They've got 2 good steers, and they have worked their tail off, and unfortunately, sometimes things aren't meant to be, and oftentimes the greatest joys are followed with the biggest tears, and I'm sure that's happening over there, and I hope you guys will find the time at some point to run them down and congratulate them on a good pair of steers. But now you guys get those sale slots, and I'm excited for you. Like we said, I thought there were 4 really good steers in here. That calf, a good look, not quite enough muscle like we talked about. In contrast, now what will be your class winner, boy, if we could just carve a little chest out of him, everything else fits together really good. He's stout, he's shapely, he's got a really good hip and hind leg. You back off of him, like I said, if we could just pull a little bit of that chest out of him, the rest of him balances up extremely well. Really, really a nice set of cattle, some misfortune to go with it, but congratulations to all these exhibitors. Give all of them a big round of applause, including 2 young ladies that have worked really hard for us.
The results of the middleweight Brangus class: first place went to Davis Nix of Toller FFA, and second place to Carson Stone, Taylor County 4-H. And as our heavyweight class of our Brangus division enters the show ring, we have a class of 15 head, and they're ranging in weight from 1334 to 1500. Watch your gates, we have a loose steer. Another reminder to steer exhibitor, we need champions and class outs that will show later in the week to move your steers to aisle F.
As we just come off that middleweight class and the heartbreak for those exhibitors that didn't tattoo, you can't help but think of them. And we're all ultimately very competitive out here, but my compassion goes out to them for getting in such a tight spot. And I think emotion is the word that best describes showing, and it can absolutely be that of an emotional roller coaster as you guys vie for the spot in the middle of the ring with some very, very good cattle. And Chris leaned over to me and just said, this is a very, very nice class, and we're going to exit some cattle that just do some great things. And it starts on the end with the young man in the yellow. And when a young man comes in and shows a cat with the ability that he does to get his head up, you can't help but check him out from the side. He aligns good in terms of his balance pieces. With that, though, maybe a little upright in that shoulder, a little bit straighter up front. The three cattle here are more alike than they are different. All of them made great in terms of their foundation, really, really loose-made kind of cattle. We could give him more squareness in terms of that overall muscle shape to go with it. Just a big stouty here, and he's good where he's good. It just comes with a little added roundness, but tremendously freshly presented, and that doesn't happen without hard work at home. It's certainly something you notice out here in the ring. This is another one, young lady, very, very good, right on the cusp of making the cut. He really fits in the box, if you will, in terms of levelness, the lines. He's stout, he's powerful. Does he just flex and go quite as well as some? Maybe not, but still, that's a tremendously high quality one that heads out the gate. Again, a lot of hard work goes into these projects. A big round of applause as they head on back.
Wow, guys, and Krisha hit the nail on the head. As we were sending cattle out of the ring, I know we only end up with 2 sale slots in this particular division. But this is one of the deeper classes that we've had, and you know, it would have been very, very easy to keep 10 or 11 steers out here to discuss with you, and maybe that would have been warranted, because there were definitely cattle that walked out of the gate that you could have easily stacked up amongst the ones we kept in here and not been wrong. Really, really strong. Give these exhibitors a big hand if you would. Excellent, excellent set of cattle top to bottom. Really, really good. You know, as we start back here, the longer sheath calf throws him off just a nickel from a balance standpoint, but there's a calf that's smooth and got some quality to him from a balance standpoint. When we stack him up in this lineup, he comes off just a little bigger and flatter, both in his body and muscle shape. Get him behind him, he's just a little peaked up top, and then from his quarter and stifle, he just doesn't have that extra pop and shape. But man, that young guy can get him stuck and pulled together, and you love the balance, the smoothness that that calf has got. Really a nice steer there. Right in front of him is a calf that's got a shot more muscle. He's a little tighter back through his flank. A calf, though, when we get him stopped here, you know, he's clean in his underline, he's neat up front. That guy's got a terminal aggressive shape as you study him. Just a little tighter in his body type, not quite as easy feeding in terms of his general look and kind. Never got our hands on this steer, but honestly, that wasn't the difference maker, and I want that young lady to know I can look at that steer and tell you he's on the money finish-wise. His fat indicators all tell me that. A steer that, with that, has adequate muscle. I'd like to see him with a little more expression from directly behind. We see that in those cattle that are in front of you, just a little broader up high, a little more expressive in the turn of muscle over their rib and loin and all the way back through their hip. But I really like, this is a steer, his feet and leg structure, his movement, all of those things are in line with what we've tried to find throughout the course of the day. Just wish he had a little more muscle shape to go with it. It's a good steer in fourth, and that calf would win a lot of classes in a lot of places. He's just a good meat and potatoes kind of calf. He is powerful. He is shapely. He's just not as smooth and attractive in his look as the 3 cattle that are in front of him. He's likewise not quite as smooth in terms of handling quality, but he's got just a little more shoulder, a little rounder back there through his hip and rump structure, just not quite as attractive in his look as those 3 steers. Like the power, like the carcass potential he's got, just not quite the show steer look that you find in some of those cattle in front of him. And left us with a trio, and these 3 steers, I think all are really, really good in their own right. I will tell you, I debated back and forth quite a bit on who was going to be second, because that dude wins, and that dude wins big time. Give that young lady a nice round of applause. That is one heck of a good Brangus steer right there. He is awesome looking. He is really, really good structured. He's not the heaviest muscled steer out here, but I don't care. You turn around, and every time you look right at that guy right there, and you want to know a big part of why you look at him, it is because of that young lady at the halter and what she does too. Absolutely awesome in what she does to highlight everything that is great about, I think, an exceptional Brangus steer. It's close between 2 and 3. The second place steer is the power calf, no doubt. That guy has got a huge, huge, bold body in him and a monstrous top and hip. Handles incredibly. He is fresh. I think because he's a little coarser shouldered, at first you say, well, does he balance up good enough? And that would be the argument. But if you can, I'd encourage you, just study that steer from his 4-rib back. I would argue that some of the parts of balance that are tough to make, he's really good in, and that's his hip and hind leg. That has got a great set to it. He's stout structured. For as powerful and massive as stout as he is, his joints are still good. I clean up his chest, his lower shoulder, neaten him up front, and then we'd be talking about a pair of steers that are really elite, but that guy is tremendous. He is bold. He is powerful. He is a heck of a good steer, and I think he's just a nickel sounder in the way he goes than the third place steer as well. Third calf's got a little more look to him. He's a little immature looking almost in this lineup, probably one of the lighter weight steers that was within this group. As I mentioned earlier, I don't care about that. I didn't sort 2 and 3 on weight. I think this steer is just a little tubular in terms of his center body, but man, he's so neat up front. He's got a really, really shapely top. He's expressive through his quarter, just a little tighter in terms of motion, and needs a little bit more body depth. Change that, and you run him second, no doubt. 3 awesome cattle on the top end, great lineup, awesome heavyweight steers here in your Brangus division. One more time, put your hands together, congratulate that set of young people.
And in the heavyweight class of Brangus, first place went to Bentley Wells, Guadalupe County 4-H, and second place to Lola Polar of Wharton County 4-H. We'll now set our class for the championship drive. Out of Class 1, the lightweights, first place went to Shaylee Fenton of Taylor County 4-H. Out of Class 2, first place to David Nix of Toller FFA. And again, out of Class 3, first place went to Bentley Wells of Guadalupe County 4-H. Out of Class 1, second place was shown by Julian De La Garza of Coke County 4-H. Second place in Class 2 was Carson Stone, Taylor County 4-H. And second place in Class 3, Lola Polar, Wharton County 4-H.
Well, guys, I know sometimes part of these events is about building up that suspense to that great moment of naming a champion, and unfortunately, I probably didn't have much of a poker face in this division. It's really, really good. There is 6 excellent Brangus cattle out here this afternoon for us to evaluate in this championship drive. But I always like giving credit where it's due, and I told Krisha before this champion drive came out, I said, relative to his breed, we are seeing the most dominant winner in one breed show thus far today. And I think there is absolutely a stud to win your Brangus division. Young lady out of the heavyweight division, you're going to have the champion.
And champion Brangus shown by Bentley Wells, Guadalupe County 4-H. We'll now lead in the second place steer out of Class 3, shown by Lola Polar, Wharton County 4-H.
You know, I think what's fun about this division, though, guys, obviously I'm high on that champion. I think he's incredible. But if you took him out of this show and you stood here and you said, here's the grand champion drive of the Brangus steer division at San Antonio, you'd still say, wow. What a heck of a good set of steers, and they are outstanding, and that one's kind of in a league of his own, but these are incredible cattle, and I think you got a powerful, stout, incredibly good carcass steer that still handles it well in terms of structure to be reserved in this division. Young lady, second place out of our heavyweight division.
And reserve Brangus 2023, Lola Polar, Wharton County 4-H. Attention steer exhibitors, we need the middleweight ABCs to come for classification. Again, middleweight ABCs move forward for classification. Attention all in the barn. We have had brought to the announcer stand. There was a Android phone found in the ladies' restroom in the southwest corner of the building. If you can come forward and identify it, you can claim it. Attention in the barn, if we have a parent or an advisor of David Nix from Toller FFA needs to come to the scale area. Again, a parent or an advisor for David Nix of Toller FFA, we need you to come to the scale area, please. As we show our ABC division, we will be placing 6 in each of the 3 classes.
As livestock people, I am always amazed by the ability of the young people and absolutely their parents or ag teachers to be able to hyper-focus, to put in the time that it absolutely takes to get these projects here, and then the emotional roller coaster of getting a short look, but we've given you at least 3 of those to make it into the center of the ring. We're going to excuse cattle ringside that are just awfully, awfully good. And a lot of pieces we were talking about over there, there's cattle in other classes, they would have absolutely ended up in the middle, but we've got lots to choose from here. Young man's yellow calf is one in particular that we find a great deal of good in. As he stops, he balances up very well. We get him into motion. Maybe that's where he falls out of bed just a shot. He's naturally a little bit rounder in the overall shape to that shoulder. You want to talk about balance. He's absolutely good in that regard. And those added qualities of balance are what allow our eye to attract and Chris to quickly grab on to cattle as they come into this ring. And the gray steer here is another one that just reads with the look of productivity in terms of his rib and body. We absolutely love that about him too. Naturally, maybe not as square-hipped. Another big-ended kind of calf that comes next. Like that about him. And flexibility definitely is on this guy's side. But once again, we certainly appreciate the time and sheer energy you guys have put into these cattle as you brought them out here. A huge round of applause as they all head on back.
We are needing the champions and reserve champions of all of the divisions that have shown so far today and all of the class outs of today to be moved to aisle F. We will be cleaning out the barn and getting ready to bring in the second wave later tonight. So again, if you've had a champion, reserve champion of a breed, or you have a steer that was classed out and will show later in wave 2, those steers must be moved to aisle F.
Well, guys, as we get started here, final breed of the day, your ABCs, and lots of cattle out here in this lightweight class and lots of good ones. Again, young people have done a spectacular job. It was deep. And lots of sizes and shapes and kinds as you expect in this ABC division. You got to kind of sort through that a little bit. But, you know, again, some of them have a little more traditional breed type than others. That's not a major factor to me. I'm not going to make a decision based on how much sheath they have one way or the other. They still got to fit all the parameters we've looked for all day long. And these cattle really do a great job of it. Give these young people a nice hand out here. An excellent, excellent set. Chris just spent time talking with these 5 exhibitors here on the end. I'm going to start with this gold, kind of goldish gray colored, off-colored steer here that's next. When he's stopped, he makes a play to move higher in this class because he is bold in his body shape. He's got a big top and hip. He handles really nice. He splays out a little up front, and the biggest issue, he just rounds out of his hip too much, especially when we get him out on the move. He drops his pins and kind of gets round looking in his rump structure. Young lady knows how to show it out of him and get him loined when he's stopped, but when he's in motion, it exposes that problem. In contrast to that, this calf right in front, boy, from the side, I just love him. His lines are great. He's stout structured. He's got some body depth to him. His pieces fit together from a balance perspective. He's just too flat. Man, if he had a shot more muscle, we'd be talking about a calf that can rival some of them at the top end. You just get him behind him, and he flattens too much in his rib cage, needs a shot more dimension up high and out of his rump. From there, the chocolate-colored calf, I like a lot about this steer, guys. He is long-bodied, neat-fronted, up-headed. He is so bold and true in the shape of his rib. Now, he's not the deepest ribbed. I'd like to soften him up a little bit there, but the shape of his rib allows him to have a monstrous top in him. The next 2 steers we're going to talk kind of as a pair because their problem starts at their foundation. Their feet aren't shaped quite good enough. They don't move stable enough and strong enough off of their hind leg as a result of that foot shape. I need to see them sounder at the ground. If they were, both of these steers right here would be playing toward the top end of this class because body shape, muscle, handling quality, all of those things are excellent. That holds true for the gold steer too. What he has is a little more moderation and body depth. He's got a little more cover on him than the gray steer behind him does. He's got a little coarser joint work, and his rear toes need to be changed as well. 2 very good cattle that if we change their feet and leg structure just a bit, now we're talking about moving them up into a really exceptional trio at the top end of this class. The gray steer just ends up a logical third for me, and these 3 cattle all have some good in them. This is a calf with a striking look. You know, we get him stopped, and that young guy gets him loined and pulls him together. Man, he hits you hard. He's a little harder over his last rib. I'd like to see just a little more finish on him, and then just the build of that hip is naturally just a little rounder. As we get down to the 2 red steers, I thought they fit together. They made a pair here at the top end. And yet, when it was all said and done, I never thought twice about where I was going to start in this class. This young guy's got a really nice steer. It's going to lead off. Give him a big round of applause here on an excellent calf. What those 2 steers do alike starts at the ground. They're good-footed, sound-moving cattle. You come up from there. They're deep-bodied, easy-feeding cattle. What's the difference? More power in this guy. He's bolder ribbed. He's bigger topped. He comes with more dimension out of his hip than a good red calf that's right there behind him. Yeah, he's a little chunkier necked. Maybe could make him a little neater up front. The calf behind him is a little more extended, probably a little flatter in the way he lays into his shoulder, but probably a little flatter from everywhere there back also. I'd like to just power him up just a notch to run with that calf in front of him. But 2 steers from a structure and a body and a practicality standpoint, I think fit together very, very well. Excellent lineup again. Give those exhibitors a big hand. Big class ABC cattle, very good class of cattle.
And in the lightweight class of the ABCs, first place went to Duke Groschke, McLennan County 4-H. Second place, Mason Rankin, Waller County 4-H. Third place, shown by Robert Gore, Cisco FFA. Fourth place, Camlin Mason of Montgomery County 4-H. Fifth place, Emerson Poole of Llano FFA. And sixth place went to Kendall Coplin of Live Oak County 4-H.
I think you can absolutely liken what Chris is doing now to somewhat putting a puzzle together. So finding those ideal pieces that finds you into the center of the ring. And guys, this is tremendously high quality from top to bottom. And one of those pieces to the puzzle that your kids in Texas do so well is just that initial way they come into the ring and with that added presence, and that makes the job even more difficult to find one to go ahead and utilize. There's a calf out here. The young lady's white steer over here is just tremendously powerful. I don't know if we've seen one with as much dimension down his top. That is a monster-hipped, stout kind of individual. We got lots of them on down here that read with a great deal of quality. We have good cattle. We have good cattle that yet still have a great deal of future. A gray steer back here on the backside. There's one that really stuck out in terms of balance. These guys are just also good in terms of feet and legs. And I told Chris earlier that I found it unique, and maybe it's because you guys slick shear, that we haven't seen a whole lot of frail bone type cattle. Every one of these cattle has substance. Absolutely appreciate that about them. The young people are doing just a tremendously high quality job, and there's a lot of heartbreak that comes along with this as you come into the center, and you all work so hard. We appreciate your efforts, absolutely. A big round of applause as we study these yet a bit before we send them out. I said that one big piece of the puzzle is that absolutely that intense eye contact and body carriage separates kids, and this young lady does that. Let's give her a big round of applause for really giving that intense look that says, I need to be in the middle of the ring. I like that.
We have had a Apple iPhone brought up here to the announcer stand that was found. If you can come up and identify the picture, the wallpaper that shows up, when you tap the phone, you can collect your phone. Attention in the barn, heavyweight class ABC. We're looking for steer number 54885. Again, if you have steer number 54885, we need it brought to classification immediately.
Talk to 4. Well, again, guys, we're creeping towards the end of the day, and it's been a great one, and nothing short on quality in this class. We had huge numbers, and appreciate the ring help and the people that gave us just quality looks of all these cattle so that we could find the right ones to the top end. Give these exhibitors a big hand as well. They sure deserve it. Awesome set of ABC steers here. Again, Chris has shared some thoughts on these 4 exhibitors here. I'm going to start right here with this young guy. And, you know, a calf that maybe when they hit the ring, because he's a little plain-headed, cresty-necked, could be better in his shoulder, maybe just didn't hit me with the balance that he need to get that first pull. But really study him from his forerib back, and that's a pretty good steer. I like his body shape, his depth. He's very nice in terms of degree of cover, plenty of dimension. He's actually pretty correct in the build of his hip and hind leg. We changed that steer up front, sweetened him in the crest of his neck, neatened the shape of his head, his lower shoulder. Then all of a sudden we got a show steer on top of what is a very practical market steer. Like a lot about that calf, just need to balance him up. Calf in front of him, it was nip and tuck between about 3 steers here right in a row that we really debated back and forth, 3 or 4 steers here as far as getting into this top 6. A good solid calf, a calf that handles really uniform in his degree of finish, adequate in muscle, but he doesn't have quite that top shape of some of the cattle in the top 3 or 4 in this particular class. But he's so right in terms of his degree of finish. Little extra set to a frailer hind leg, a little bit of chest in him. So he doesn't have quite that elite look from the side. Good, solid, easy feeding kind of calf, though, sitting there. Next, the yellow kind of calf here, and that's a steer that grew on me as well. He's probably got plenty on him, and that's why we can't get him any higher. As you lay your hands on him, he's probably as fat as any steer, not out of bounds, but in a class this good, plenty on him, and not quite enough muscle to offset that fat cover. Good, easy doing look to that steer. He's moderate, he's deep, he's fundamental in terms of his structure. Need to sweeten him up in his front end, give him just a little more muscle shape. We thought a very logical 4th place steer, and no big holes in this calf, just not in the same league as those 3 that we'll talk about here in a second. Big performance-driven steer. He's got a sharp look about him. His lines are good. When you step right in behind him, he's not blessed with that same hip shape and lower quarter as some of those cattle in front of him. And just a little plainer in terms of his general look, but a really solid steer. That calf went a lot of classes in a lot of places. Guys, it came down to 3 steers. These 3 hit us really hard. To me, all 3 of them are excellent cattle. Give those exhibitors a nice round of applause here in this trio up top. I debated back and forth. I thought there was a lot of give and take, but it was all about who was going to be second. That one wins easy, guys. Really a nice calf. He puts a lot of good together. He is so fresh and well balanced. He's just so proportional from the side. He is not maybe every EST in the book. There's maybe heavier muscled ones. There's probably stouter structured. There's probably freakier looking, ones that are out here. But to me, he hits every piece of the puzzle, and to me, it puts a lot of good together. When it comes to finding, the heaviest muscle, the best looking, and all of those things, those ESTs are great. I'm looking for one EST that's more important than the rest. Which one's the best one? That's the best one. I like him a lot. For me, it was close between 2 and 3. Ended up siding with a little more balance and look in our 2nd place steer. Like the way he blends into his shoulder a bit better than the calf behind him. A little more up-headed, like his length of body. And I think both of those steers, I'll argue all day, they both have enough muscle. So I'm going to go to those balance pieces and look to find my 2nd place steer. You want to switch one power? Can't argue with that, because that is one big top dude sitting there in 3rd. He's got a big, fresh, huge top in him, big monster hip in him as well. With that, he gets a little coarse and open in his shoulder. I'd like to blend him a little neater up there. That's what it boils down to, and a pair of really good ones in 2nd and 3rd. Congratulations, those exhibitors. One more time, give them a nice round of applause. Excellent middleweight class.
And in the ABC division, in the middleweight class, 1st place went to Cash Parker, Bell County 4-H. 2nd place, Jackson Brooks, Midland County 4-H. 3rd place, Hayden Jinsky, Jordanton FFA. 4th place, Addison Rouse, Karnes County 4-H. 5th place, Tyson Parkar of El Campo FFA, and 6th place to Jaden Lindgren, Nueces County 4-H. If you would, we need all classed out steers need to be in aisle F by 7 o'clock for stall in assignments. Again, if you have a steer that classed out, you need to report to aisle F by 7 o'clock for a stall assignment. And want to just remind you again of the High Points sales that will happen directly after we complete the steer show here. Again, the High Point sales and marketing has the catalogs at the bottom of the bleachers, and that sale will take place as soon as we complete the steer show here tonight. And we are now bringing into the show ring our final class of the ABC division. This class has 55 entries, and they range in weight from 1290 to 1,500 pounds. Again, just a reminder, we have had an Apple iPhone brought up here to the announcer stand that has been lost. If you can identify the picture on the wallpaper, it's yours, or if there's a Mr. Beck or a Kelly Beck in the stands, if you wouldn't mind coming up here, maybe you could help us identify the phone.